All right, councillors, when everyone's ready. Thank you, everybody, for coming to our first meeting for 2023. And I'll ask Councillor Foreman if she would open the meeting with acknowledgement of country.
Hello, everybody. Before I start, welcome to 2023. May I firstly acknowledge the traditional owners of the land we meet on today. I humbly pay my respects to the people of the Wiradjuri and Ngunnawal nations, their past, present and emerging elders.
Thank you, Councillor. Housekeeping. If you're asked to evacuate, the emergency procedure is to exit via the door leading out of the building directly outside the council chambers and proceed to the footpath opposite the council chambers and await further instructions. Live streaming, recording and publishing of council meetings. This council meeting is being streamed live, recorded and published in accordance with council's live streaming in council meetings policy. To those present in the gallery today, by attending a public meeting of the council, you are consenting to your image, voice and comments being recorded and published. We'll just wait for Councillor Flannery.
I thought it was coffees for everyone, but anyway.
Couldn't get here any sooner. The roads.
All right. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. Anyone who is invited to speak will be recorded and their voice, image and comments will form part of the live stream and recording. The chair and or the general manager have the discretion and authority at any time to direct the termination or interruption of live streaming. Such direction will only be given in exceptional circumstances where deemed relevant. Circumstances may include instances where the content of debate is considered misleading, defamatory or potentially inappropriate to be published. Attendees are advised that they may be subject to legal action if their actions result in inappropriate and or unacceptable behaviour and or comments. Next on the list, public forum. And we have one person in the gallery today who wishes to speak, and that's Mr. Alan Banks. For item 12.8, DA 2022-0043, modification to consent, amendments, plans, shared location, 80 JUGIONG Street. You have 5 minutes, Mr. Banks, if you'd like to talk to us.
I'd like to thank you for letting me speak today. The amendments that I put forward are as which are thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Banks, and thank you for your confidence in our excellent town planners. Next, we have a statement of ethical obligations, and perhaps it's time for all of us to reflect as we start this 2023 year, that we're all reminded, that all councillors are reminded that they will undertake the duties of the office of councillor in the best interests of the people of Hilltops local government area and the Hilltops Council, and that they will faithfully and impartially carry out the functions, powers, authorities and discretions vested in them under the Local Government Act 1993 or any other act to the best of their ability and judgment, as per their oath or affirmation of office made under section 233A of the Local Government Act 1993. Now, today, I think we're all in attendance. Councillor Stadmiller, we have an application to attend the meeting by digital means with written confirmation. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Hughes, and a seconder, Councillor Piper. Thank you. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Yes. We'll bring those forward after the expressions.
Yes,
of sympathy.
we'll bring them forward after the sympathy.
We'll bring them forward. We will, Councillor Hughes. All right. If we could all be upstanding for a minute's silence to express our sympathy on the passing of the following: Michael Murgatroyd, Lyle or Bub O'Neill, Wesley, Wes Munn, Helen Prest, Rita Pearsall, Mervyn Shaw, Henry or Harry Rowe, Gregory Edgerton, Anthony Kelly, Noel Ray Bruce, Pauline Galvin or Sister Macrina, Michael Boland, Elizabeth Betty Taylor, Wayne Lawrence, Robert Shaw, Kathleen Lamb, Ian Thompson, Kenneth Noel McKenna, John Burney, John Anderson, Burdette Mears, Kelva Bennett, Wayne or Percy Percival, Robert, Bobby Brown, David Holmes, Margaret Collins, Wallace or Wally Campbell, Gregory Fogg, Jared or Colin Connolly, Brian Wall, Maura Henman, Gary Norris, Shirley Prosser, Peter Causer, Ashley Wheeler, Esma Berry, Margaret Lackerstein, Dulcie Smith, John Rolls, Trevor Hall, and Richard Manning. Thank you, councillors.
Can I second the motion, given it's a motion, and can I just correct Michael Murger? It's a motion, isn't it?
Oh, pardon me.
Well, yeah, well, it's usually just accepted, but Murga, I go when you seconded it.
All right, mover.
And I just spoke to make sure that Michael Murger is the correct pronunciation.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that correction. Well, if we have a mover, we have to have a seconder.
Yeah.
If we have a mover, we need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Fawn.
All those in favour?
All those in favour? Unanimous. And with the support of the Honourable Angus Taylor, I was able to have a meeting with the Assistant Minister for Health, which was very supportive. And can I say that there was much interest in the wellbeing of our Hilltops community. Otherwise, it is as there. So, all those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. The next one, number 10, councillor reports. Meetings attended. Do I have a mover? Thank you. Councillor Armstrong, seconded. Okay. Councillor Fitzgerald. We'll go around. Councillor Armstrong, we'll start with those on the page first and then we'll get to others.
As provided in the business paper, along with a plethora of telephone calls and representations in regards to roads in the last week.
Thank you. I think we all might be in that same position. Councillor Fitzgerald, you've had a busy month. 2 months.
Yeah, as in the business papers, but
Thank you. Councillor Foreman.
As minuted.
Thank you. Councillor Mackie. Thank you. We'll start over here. Councillor Ingram.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Meetings is minuted and the phone calls, but most of the phone calls I've been receiving have been in regard to customer service, or more should I say, the lack of customer service.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Councillor Flannery.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Meetings as minuted, Gaylong Progress Association last week. And Madam Mayor, have we actually voted on this or just moved and seconded the council reports?
We moved and seconded.
Could I'd like to add a part B to the recommendation. I think it would be very worthwhile that if we got a summary of the diaries of the executive provided on a monthly basis, because I think from the phone calls I've had in the last couple of weeks, but for the last couple of months, principally regarding roads and a number of other factors, but mainly roads, there's a deep misunderstanding. There's a view that councillors run council, and councillors, as we all know, don't run council. We make decisions on how a council should operate with its overall budget and so on within the Local Government Act, but we don't run council. So I think at this juncture, where we just write down dot points of meetings we attended, it's, to me, doesn't serve any purpose as a councillor saying I went to meeting here, meeting there, unless you actually have got an outcome of the meeting. Who cares, really? I think it would be worthwhile, and I'd like to move that we have perhaps a one paragraph summary each meeting of what the executive have done or achieved or worked on for the month that the constituents can see. If I could get a seconder for the amendment.
Maybe a seconder, Councillor Flannery.
I might need your advice, Councillor.
Through Madam Mayor, I've never been asked about that. I'll need to take that on notice whether that is such a thing is operational in nature. The reports presented to council are the work that's been presented, and in relation to policy and so forth, and budgets are what councillors need to do. I'll need to take that on notice. I don't believe it's a valid motion at this point, but I'll take it on notice and follow that up with the OLG. I don't believe it can be passed as is, because I don't believe I can fulfil it within the constraints of the Local Government Act.
Well, perhaps, Madam Mayor, if we could, with your assistance, if the General Manager could provide us with a report on what basis we could get information from the executive that is a summary to the community on what their activities and I guess priorities have been for the month.
Madam Mayor, question to Councillor Flannery.
Yes,
Councillor,
Councillor Armstrong.
I think I understand where you're coming from with this, but I guess realistically what you're after is program activities rather than meetings in this particular instance.
Yes, correct.
So it's really an extension of the works report that that's provided later on in the business paper. Is that?
Yes, that's correct. Well, I guess a similar format from the executive so that the community can see what the progress reports are from the executive's point of view.
As I'm through you, Madam Mayor, as I've mentioned, I've not seen a report in relation to the activities diary or otherwise in relation to what the general manager, the executive, indeed the council has done, other than through the presentation of the reports and such things as the works report, the action summary report, the resolutions. The resolutions of council are enacted, therefore they are activities. We don't necessarily report back on each of those items. I must request that I take that on notice to see what is appropriate to provide within that space, because I don't know the answer to your question. I'm not saying I can't rule it out. I just can't rule it in. I just need to take advice as what the way forward is for that level of detail.
No, that's accepted. If we could, with Madam Mayor's agreement, could we, or who moved and second the motion, could we get an addendum that a report come back to the next meeting on an action summary report, I guess, of the executive? And I say it on the basis, I think, of a lot of the phone calls we've had, and I do think it's important for the community to understand who's responsible for what and just what the priorities are.
Councillor Armstrong, you touched on the works report and what goes on. This to me is just for information from the councillors. For us to include something which is really operational, to my mind, has no part in this report as it stands at the moment.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, is that a question to me or was that a statement to
Well, it's a statement, but I'm also deferring, I suppose, in a sense, to your explanation that you gave to Councillor Flannery earlier.
No, Madam Mayor, you're mistaken. I asked Councillor Flannery a question and sought clarification in that regard. So I wasn't necessarily making the statement there. I was asking Councillor Flannery if that was what he was getting at.
Okay, thank you. Look, for the moment, the General Manager has taken note of that, and I think we will move on, and I will ask...
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, there has been a motion put forward, so we need to work on the words of what I'm enacting. I've requested time to investigate. Is that is an actionable item that it should do and it's appropriate to do. I just need guidance on that. So the words in relation to because the motion has been put and seconded, and at this instance, Councillor Ingram, subject to the wordings that we choose, I believe you would be in agreement with the intent of Councillor Flannery, and then you'll be councillors will then vote upon that motion, unless unnecessarily you don't want that to go forward, and then so as amendment would be put forward. But I think we need to get the wording of the intent correct in the first instance. So I believe a report be prepared by the General Manager regarding the
activities,
regarding the summary of diaries or the summary of activities by the executive in consultation with the Office of Local Government. As I just need to check, as in I believe it's a very operational thing. Just point off. I believe all of that is there. First off, I'm not sure the necessity of that type of document. I'm available for any person to call. I've made lots of calls in the last few weeks to many, many people responding to inquiries that you've said. So it's whether it's an appropriate activity that I'm being asked to report upon is what I'm sort of tended. So
So the motion as it.
The motion as it stands, is GM provide a report back to council regarding the request to provide executive
Summaries of previous months.
activities by the executive.
Yes.
Yeah.
Through you, Madam Mayor, can I just quickly ask, Tony, the outcome, if it went through, the outcome of this would be just to, I mean, in layman's terms, take the heat off us for people to see that that the council, the working council actually are doing something?
No, it's not. It's about two things. One is to make the operations of council more transparent for everyone. And the other one is I think it's good for the community to know who the executive are. Yes, they can go on their website, but I still believe most of the community like the written word to the extent that they take much notice, and even to the point that these are on the business papers are available through the council website. I think it's worthwhile that the community are aware that, for example, the finance minister's dealt with 4 matters regarding, supply of capital items, pool upgrades, whatever it is, and who the finance director is. I just think it would be good to get more engagement with the community and a bit more, not transparency, but just an idea of how council operates.
Thank you, Councillor Flannery. We've just
Madam Mayor,
Councillor Parker.
just adding to Councillor Flannery's explanation, I think there's only, of all the councillors in the room here today, there's only 2 of them haven't had a phone call about a particular road out at Moringo Gap Road, and by doing what Councillor Flannery is suggesting, I think we've all done something about it, or some of us have done something about it, to a council officer, and the general public would be appreciative of seeing, yes, that councillor and that councillor, I rang them and they've done something and given it to this council employee, and then they can see what's happening about it all.
Through the council, through Madam Mayor, Councillor Piper, I understand the intent for visibility, and as I've said, I've made my number available, and I do return people's calls, ask anyone, but in relation to what work has been done on Moringo Gap Road, I know that teams have been out there assessed, they've looked at lengths, they've looked at, considering whether or not you scrape it back and you do gravel, etc. We have to have a plan in relation to that.
Probably digressing, Mr. General Manager.
Sorry?
Probably digressing.
Well, with respect, the work that we have done in relation to that will then come through on the works report. So repeating it again in a separate report, whether it's doubling up, that's the question that I want to know.
I think I support that it's point of order, but B, I just think we want, it's not, transparency is not the correct word, but there just wants to be more engagement with the public on how council operates.
Well, I think,
sorry, Madam Mayor, at this point, we
have we got the minute up?
So the councillors, Flannery and Ingram, they don't need to be in the motion. They're minute secretary. So if you can move Flannery and Councillor Flannery and Ingram down, it would be resolved that the receive and note the councillor reports, and then B, the general manager provide a report on the summary of executive diaries in consultation with the Office of Local Government, is it a fair thing?
Yes.
And then we go from there.
Yes. Yes, we have to make sure that we can.
Well, it's again, it's an additional report, but I'd certainly take Councillor Farring's point. If that will assist transparency, well, let's have a look at it.
All right. For the moment, can we come back to where we were? And Councillor Dodd. Oh, we have to vote on this first.
No, we're still going through. We're still detailing the activities of the councillors.
Okay.
So then with this motion would go for just, I suppose, just to refresh people's minds. The motion has been moved with a change, not an amendment per se. It's a change. It's an additional arm of the resolution for requesting additional information. The General Manager has asked to be able to check on that. That's there. The motion before you is receive and note the report. B, the General Manager brings a report back to councillors saying, is this an appropriate way forward? There it is. If that's the motion that will be debated as a whole, any amendment to the motion could be in additional reports or additional information or clarification. If that's not the motion, and I'll hypothetically say this, should this motion fail for whatever reason, a councillor would have foreshadowed a motion saying, no, I want the original motion without that change in it. So it's just receive and note the report and the General Manager not investigate the part. But that's process and that's within you. At this point in time, the motion that will be debated is receiving a noting report and the General Manager talks to the OLG about the appropriateness of the report and report that back to council.
Okay.
Councillor Dodd.
Councillor Dodd.
So does that mean up there under resolve, we should also have receive and note the councillor reports?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I have provided it earlier. It's not in the agenda, but I think you've got the information from me. I think it's in there. Yeah. Yours is there.
Yep. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. Yep. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Yep.
Councillor Piper, anything to add?
I handed something in earlier on for
Yep.
January.
Yes, just anything to add. And Councillor Hewson.
Yep.
The meeting with a couple of people regarding Sads Lane at Mont Eagle, which is a quick way to get to some of the houses, 3 or 4 houses. It doesn't really justify doing up at the moment because there's other ways to get there.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hewson. Now we come back to the motion, which is oh, pardon me. My apologies, Councillor Sadmiller.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Would be remiss of me not to mention again Mal Gay, I think was the chap's name, from Marengo. I think I was phone call number 9 out of 11 at the time. And the dire need for that work to be completed on that road. I think everyone's probably spoken to Mal. Some meetings as minuted and acknowledgement of Marengo Road again. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have in front of us.
No, we don't need that. I'll be bringing it up.
The motion as it stands to accept the councillors' reports and also that the General Manager provide a report on a summary of executive diaries in consultation with the Office of Local Government, and B, receive and note the, and I have said receive and note the council reports.
Put it out.
We have a mover and a seconder. Before we put it to the vote, Councillor Flannery, do you want to your right of reply or anything? No, Councillor Ingram, you don't want to say anything?
No, Madam Mayor, I spoke for the motion when I
Thank
seconded
you.
it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour?
All right, so Councillor Ingram, Councillor Fitzgerald,
Fitzgerald, Flannery,
Councillor Flannery, Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Piper, Councillor Dodd, Councillor Stadmiller. Those against. Councillor Foreman, Councillor Mackie, Councillor Rolls, Councillor Hewson. The motion's passed.
All right, motion passed. Righto, let's move on to 11. That's a community recognition scheme. I'd like to start by acknowledging those members of our community who received Australia Day awards, and I think it's appropriate with the fires that we've had in our area for the moment to acknowledge Group Captain Peter Bulliman, who received the Australia Fire Service Medal, and from Harden, Monica O'Connor, OAM, for service to the community of Harden, Gail Hannigan, OAM, service to the community of Young, and Susan Gordon, OAM, service to the community of Young. I think we all should be very proud of the contribution that these people have made to the social capital of our Hilltops. Do I have any others?
Madam Mayor, having
Yes.
attended the fire at Moringo yesterday, I'd like to acknowledge basically the BOOROWA fire team principally, but there are a number of others. And I think I know of a couple of staff that were there until 4 o'clock this morning. And as I sat on the fireground yesterday or last night, I reflected that the numbers were about half of what they were 10 years ago. Those that are there are pretty committed, but they certainly need recognition for they don't ask for it, but they need recognition, those who attend the fires.
I think it's very worthy. And thank you, Councillor Flannery. And from what you were saying, I think we include you in that group.
No, I was by the others.
Right. Do we have a mover? Thank you. Councillor Armstrong, a seconder. Councillor Flannery. Those in favour?
Unanimous.
Unanimous. Thank you, councillors.
Now we ask for the move to report up.
Now, councillors, can I ask that since we have Mr. Banks in the chamber, that we move up for consideration. Where is it? Page 87, doesn't matter. I'll go to the phone. Page 87, and that is the 12.8, 2311, the DA modification to consent, amended plans, shed location, Jugiong Street, BOOROWA. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Piper.
And Councillor Flannery second.
Councillor Flannery second. All right, if you like to
Move it up.
is there any discussion? In which case I'll put it to vote. Those in favour? Oh, pardon me. Yes, Councillor Armstrong.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question in regards to the 900 millimetre offset. Is there any allowance made for vehicles parking upon the footpath that may be loading or unloading materials into the structure itself? I'm just concerned that it shouldn't become a practice to park upon the footpath and load and unload material. That's not what the footpath's for. So I'm just wondering whether there's what the considerations have been in that regard for this particular development.
Director, would you like to speak?
Just through you, Madam Mayor. I think I'm supposed to hold it down here because people can hear me better. Sorry.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Consideration was given to that also in terms of accessing the shed, the way that the door opens onto the road reserve, and the fact that there is a generous street frontage there. So those matters were considered as part of assessing this application.
Can I take it then that there will be loading and unloading on undertaken on the footpath?
In terms of the expectation is you can get access to the garage from the road reserve. And I'm not quite sure what question is, Councillor.
It's in relation to loading or unloading of materials into the shed itself and parking up on the footpath to do that.
I think other than the general right that people have to do it, there's been no additional assessment as to the.
So it's a permitted use. That's not
yes, yeah.
across the board. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mr. Banks.
Did we have a mover and a seconder for that, Madam Mayor?
Yep, we did.
Yes, we did. We had Piper and Flannery.
That was to move the agenda item up. I'm sorry, councillors.
This one.
Yeah. So, I'm sorry, the mover and seconder, take it as granted that councillors Piper and Flannery moved and seconded the motion itself.
Are you happy to move this?
Move the motion, yeah.
Yes.
And then the vote is unanimous.
Yes.
Thank you, councillors.
Thank you. Oh, that's it. All right. Number 12.1, General Manager's delegations. And the purpose, the report to advise of the minor changes to the General Manager's delegations. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Dodd. Are there any questions? No? Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. The next one. 12.2.23.05 Cash Investment Report, December 22. The resolution's in front of us. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald, and a seconder.
Councillor Hughes.
Councillor Hewson. Questions? We have the CFO waiting for questions. Are there any questions?
Probably not a question, just a comment that I'm sure the CFO is aware of with the current trend and movement of interest rates to the positive for investments. That he would have both eyes firmly fitted on some of these deposits.
Do you wish to make a comment? Councillor Flannery.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, a comment I think Councillor Armstrong raised at the last meeting, but we've got a lot of cash at call on very low interest rates. I'm surprised by the at call rates, and why do we have some of them in the institutions that's so low, and do we need to have that much cash on call?
Yes, councillor, on the page, I've tried to make a comment there.
Just put your microphone on.
Oh.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah, sorry. I've tried to make a comment there in relation to the purpose that the financial accountant endeavours all the time when cash is available to reinvest at a particular rate. You're probably aware that there's a lot of cash, or the banks have a lot of cash out in the marketplace, but we do everything we can to try and when we're lodging big amounts, we shop around to try and get the best rate. And there are quite a few investments, external investments actually coming up as well in the next couple of months, as well as the short-term money market. But we do our best. If you've got any other suggestions, I'm glad to take them. But the financial accountant continues to try and have these placed out, and we struggle. You'll see there's one of the Commonwealth Bank, in fact, a number of the Commonwealth Bank there. But we do attempt to try and get the best rate and ring round to see which banks will take that money. We can then move it into a fixed term deposit a longer period. Yeah.
The question was actually, do we need that much cash at call, or can we put more of it on, say, 30 or 60 days?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. If we can move it to 30, 60 days, we would. But it's been a challenge. There is, if you've been listening to the financial pages, there's a lot of cash the banks are holding out in the market at the moment. So we do our best. And if I could move that 6, 4 and 4, in fact, we're discussing a loan renewal with the Commonwealth Bank. I'll raise it again with them actually personally. Just so what we're going to be, there's what, 8, 6, 14, 15 million tied up there in the Commonwealth Bank at call. So I'll again do what I can, but we certainly, given the AAA ratings, we certainly will make contact with all the big banks to try and have the money placed and move from, I know the figure's been sitting around 15, 16 million. We'll do every day. I'll even raise it with the Commonwealth Bank as we're about to actually renegotiate a loan that's falling due.
Question, Madam Mayor?
Can I just ask a question?
I'm sorry, councillor, it's just, you see the difficulty with the microphone, it's the microphone so that we hear here, but it's also, if the microphone is not lower, then the live stream is not being heard. So we've got to balance that. I'm sorry, councillors, we will work on that in the future.
Can I know no question is supposed to be a silly question, but can I just ask, when you say that there's so much cash around and we're having problems with placing it, is that because we're just a small player?
Difficult to answer that, but that could be a suggestion, yes.
Okay.
But I'll raise it with Gary Morris, the representative that we're dealing with, initially the Commonwealth Bank, and that'll happen in the next couple of days, actually. So I'll do that.
Right.
But Christine's always out in the market trying to see who's available to place money, particularly the 4 big banks.
Okay, thank you. So, yes, Councillor Piper, and then
we can obviously see that we've got a couple of very, very low interest rates there maturing reasonably quickly. Is it worth our while to, or are we penalised too much to cash them in now and get better interest rates?
I'd have to check the terms of the loan, but with those fixed deposit, normally you'd pay a penalty rate if you matured early. It's different to the cash at call. That's on 24-hour call. You know, the funds over the account, but normally there'd be a penalty imposed if you try to withdraw early.
Councillor Armstrong.
Just thank you, Madam Mayor. Perhaps the CFO can just reconfirm. He's previously advised council that there are a number of these investments in those poorer performers that are in actual fact loan repayments that are being held in advance. Is that still the case?
I'll just
some of those are loan repayments in advance, where we've deposited the loan into a bank account.
Correct. So
by the lending institution prior to that lending institution drawing the repayments.
Well, one of the issues we have, say, for National Australia Bank, where I'm trying to consolidate the bank accounts across the Shire, but I can you hear me? I'm sorry. Yeah. But I can't because NAB, for example, in fact, I raised it with Christine today, they want an account held open against that loan. So that's an inhibitor, apart from the fact that T Corp also comes into the scenario as well, making sure that we're investing in AAA rating. But certainly there's one with NAB that I'd like to consolidate, but I can't close that bank account until the loan falls due.
Another question, Madam Mayor, if I could.
Yes.
This perhaps General Manager may be able to provide the mention of the Commonwealth Bank there and banking arrangements. My understanding is the banking tender would be falling due shortly if it hasn't already expired. I'm just wondering when the banking tender may actually be. I think it was awarded in 2017 for a period of 5 years.
Can I answer the question?
Yep.
I have raised that as well, and we're about to discuss that with the bank as well. I can't recall the date, but it is falling due very soon, I believe. So when we meet with the exec from CBA, I'll raise it as well.
Okay. Yes. Councillor Foreman.
Does where it says here council will now move funds from its general accounts to on-call accounts that pay slightly higher interest rate, are we only allowed to keep that money in there for a certain amount of time in an on-call account?
No.
So if it pays a slightly higher interest rate, what is the issue?
We could move that money.
Yeah, but it's
we just have to shop around.
So is that so? You'll move it to somewhere with even a higher interest rate than the on-call account.
Yeah. So the question is if I could move that 16 million
Yep.
Even for 30 days, 50 days or 90 days, I'd move it across to a fixed term, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months or 6 months, depending when we need it.
Okay, so they'll pay
I'd
higher
like to-
than the on-call.
Yeah, so we don't pay no penalty, we can move that money around at will.
Okay, thank
It's a phone call to the institution, so we're just going to withdraw the money or replace.
you. Okay, thank you.
If Councillor Fitzgerald, you have a
Yeah, just a couple of comments and a question. It's good to note the average interest rate is significantly up on this time last year, which is always good to see. And there's a comment you make with regard to A2/BBB, which we had invested in this time last year. If you'd like to comment on why we've moved out of that. And further, the Macquarie Bank has 13% of our funds, and that last year was with the AMP. Is there a reason why we moved, or just a comment from you?
You're referring to Macquarie Bank $1 million there on page 27? That would have been just an option, whatever was the best.
No. I'm looking at the visual, the pie graph on the bottom of page 26.
Oh, right, yep, okay.
So through Madam Mayor, just a reminder to councillors, there's 2 reports there. There's December and January. So the more recent information is January, just noting that.
Yeah, just a comment on A2/BBB and why we've moved out of AMP.
Usually that'll be a prompted T Corp. When they get concerned and they look at the amount of money we're holding and what the rating is. And that did happen with, I recall since I've been here, that did happen with one or two of our problems. We were forced to move it.
Okay.
Well, they highlighted the fact that we might be in breach if we didn't.
Thank you.
all right.
Sorry, another question. I note the dot point, council's interest budget is 410,000, income earned to date 282. So we've already, for the 7 months, that's to December.
In the
So
January report, council for 321 at the bottom of page 28.
yeah, but okay, but to the bottom of on page 26.
Yeah,
We're at the moment, we're talking about December.
right.
I do acknowledge we talk about January.
Yeah.
So it was 282 to the 31st of December. The calculation at 3.75, it should be closer to 1.4 for the year. Are we updating the QBR?
Yeah, we did. There's a comment in the QBR about the interest rate. Yeah.
Okay, I haven't noticed it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, if there are no further questions, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. And we'll go to 12.3, which is the cash and investment report for January 2023. Do I have to move it? Thank you. And a seconder, councillor Dodd. Okay, councillor Fitzgerald, do you want to ask a question or make a comment?
Sorry, left my microphone on. Just a quick comment. At the end of January, we've received 78% of the allocated budget. Will we exceed our budget on your estimation?
You talk about interest income?
Yeah.
Yes, we will. Yeah. Well, sorry, my projection is we will, unless the market totally fell.
Well, that sounds positive. Very positive. Do we have any other questions? If not, I'll put it to vote. All those in favour?
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you, councillor. We'll move to 12.4, outstanding rates and charges and sundry debtors report for December 2022. And once again, the CFOs are up in front of us. Do I have a mover?
Can I move that we do December and January in the one motion, please?
Yes. Do we have a seconder? Thank you. All right. Those in favour? Motion carried.
Well, that's moving. Sorry, Madam Mayor, that's moved. We moved them as one item, and now we need to vote on those. And I will just remind councillors that you did receive an updated report for the January report. There was some transposition errors and adding errors that have been amended, and you've been provided with the paper copy, and it's also been uplifted to the hub for your information. So
now we need to move the motion.
now we need to move. Well, I believe that the motion has been moved to one, and now we need to debate the motion.
All right.
Any questions?
Do we have any questions? Do we have a mover?
I believe by combining Councillor Flannery and Councillor Armstrong have moved it as one motion. So now the councillors will move to debate them, or am I wrong in that? I believe it's to be you now to debate it, or do we need a second mover? And yep,
we debated. Yep.
Debate. So straight to a debate.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor.
And I was just Councillor Flannery, as you moved it. Do you want to make a
question? Thank you, Madam Mayor. Some of those the outstanding grants. Could you comment on $150,000, $220,000 of outstanding grants from the government? So Keith Cullen Oval facility upgrade. It's now 2.5 years. March, 3 years for Environmental Trust, 3 years for the other transfer stations, 40,000 heritage study. Could we get some idea of has money been spent on those items? Are we out of cash, or are they outstanding items?
Yes. Would you use your microphone, please?
Turned on. My apologies. So, I'll advise Councillor Flannery I can either do that out of session or advise if there's been any money spent against these grants. I know that there had been a historical problem collecting those grants. I'm right across it.
Look, I think if you could, happy for it to come back in an email, but I think for given that it's in a report, the community I'm sure would like to know, has council spent the money, so are we out of pockets, which basically means the money has to come out of the general fund. Yeah. Number one, and number two, where the problem lies, is it with the state government departments, and I couldn't think of a better time than now to approach them about funding we're missing, or is there an issue with our lack of paperwork provided?
I don't believe there's an issue with the lack of paperwork. I know that there is a story behind the 2 environmental trust accounts, and I've got to follow that up. But as I said, and I can honestly say that we're commencing another review of debtors, which will include sale of land, etc. That's on the agenda, and I personally will follow these grants up in terms of the communication that's occurred in the past. I know that there was apparently dialogue by that first one, the 40,000 between Premier's Department, about some denial that we'd already paid it, and we can't. From what in fact, I checked it today. We can't find a record of it, so I'm going to have to try and resolve these myself. I'll get involved in these personally.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, I think it would be opportune for a progress report or a sit rep in regards to these outstanding debts to come back to council at the next meeting, even if we can get a bit of an idea as to whether we've spent the money, or whether they think we've spent the money.
Whether they owe us the money.
Or whether they owe us the money, yeah. And if there are any extenuating circumstances that might lead to the council having a better idea or a better understanding of the debt and the arrangements, then perhaps council could be advised of that at that particular time.
So you're asking for a report?
Yes, please.
Right. Okay. That's noted. Any other questions? Queries?
No.
All right, I'll put to the floor. Those in favour?
Unanimous.
Unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Up to 12.6?
Yep.
12.6, quarterly budget review for December 2022. The CFO is still with us. Do I have a mover? Thank you.
I'll move that one and also move that we move into committee to discuss this.
Yes, second. All right. Those in favour of moving into committee? Or do I have to?
No, that's fine. Yep, moving to committee. Yep, pass.
All right. All right, we'll now move into committee.
Question.
Right. Councillor Armstrong, since you were the mover, have you a question?
I have lots. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just in regard to the issue of depreciation, I note that there's a significant increase in depreciation that's going to flog our bottom line really hard. All the new stuff is costing us, and we haven't got the cash to put aside to fund that depreciation. So next time someone says that they want some new stuff, then they better come up with some cash to fund the depreciation on it, because we haven't got that. Otherwise, the new stuff, it'll never get replaced.
Would you like me to make a comment on that as well, Councillor Armstrong?
So, please.
All assets, roads, etc., up for revaluation assessment this June, and I expect that figure will increase in the next financial year. And we already know that the figure is going to be probably double that by the 30th of June this year as well.
Thank you to the CFO for that comment. I do note that in previous discussions with auditors, depreciation can be anything from 28 to 33% of a council's operating revenue. 33% of our operating revenue is a huge amount of money, I can assure you of that. And that's money that we need to be getting back in again to replace those assets as they are consumed. Looking at the consolidated forecast of 4.282 million deficit, I would remind councillors that there's $432,089 in there of operating surplus offsetting some of that. That's not our money. It's actually the waste group's money. So the surplus, you can add that back on again as far as I'm concerned. So it's 4.7 million, not 4.2 million realistically. I know that we've had some fairly dramatic changes in the organisation as a result of our austerity moves implemented in October, but the ship's still going the wrong way. It's going down rather than floating. I don't think we're going to find Gilligan's Island to get shipwrecked on. My big concern is if we can't do something substantial in regards to our operating results, then we won't be the main administrator in the running council. I'm deeply concerned about that, because I think administrators make poor decisions for the community. They make great decisions for the bottom line, but they make poor decisions for the community. The actual figures themselves, yeah, look, I think that we've got some issues in there. I can see that there's been a reduction in our income in our water fund because it's rain. But I'm just wondering whether there's going to be any seen as any offset in that reduced income through reduced expenditure, and whether that's trending that way. I guess the water charges for the first quarter this year, this calendar year, will give us some idea.
Yeah, I didn't pull the figure out, but the Gills to Golden Fields are definitely down. There's a reduction there. I think I made the statement at the briefing. I don't believe. Sorry, can't you hear me? I don't believe that given that we've modelled this 6 months on last year's 6 months. I don't believe we're going to recover that extra water usage, obviously, in the next, or from January 1 to 30 June. So what we've estimated in there is a reduction in the water income. There is a corresponding reduction in cost. For costs in Young and
for the benefit of councillors in the community, water funds, the combined water funds are profitable and they generate operating surpluses that in our consolidated statements or accounts offset the operating losses in the general fund. But we can't spend the money in the water fund to patch potholes. We've got to spend water fund on water, the same with sewer. I guess this isn't a very bright outlook as far as I'm concerned, Madam Mayor. I think that councillors need to consider further cuts as we move forward. And into next year, certainly the budget is going to be a dark one, I think.
Well, I think the CFO said that it's tight, didn't you? But I'm more hopeful that we're moving in the right direction. CFO, how do you feel about the situation?
Yeah, I believe we're heading in the right direction. I mean, one of the statements I've made in there, and certainly the infrastructure team are working tirelessly towards it, is the capitalisation of wages. There's a lot of work going on in that regard that will, the March result will be a very good indicator. Look, our insurance estimate provided by statewide was 200. You'll see there on page 39, it came in at 370 increase. I can't do anything about that, and I imagine the way insurance companies are currently operating, we're probably going to find that's going to be like that in going forward, where the costs are going up. Our materials are up, as we stated there. Certainly, cost of materials, and there's been a struggle getting hold of materials with respect to some of the engineers, but the cost of materials are definitely going through the roof. I've seen a huge increase in material costs. But we are looking hopefully at the March result as a better indication of where we're at year to date. And we're concentrating on that capitalisation of wages. There's a lot of work going on out there to make sure that we can, as Councillor Armstrong correctly highlighted, we can reduce the general fund expenditure.
Thank you, CFO. I know, talking about Gilligan's Island, it was Mayor commented at a conference I went to about the sea of red that LGAs are floating in. And I think our predicament is not just something specific to us. It's local government all over the state. In that comment, is there anybody else who would like to ask questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just on the last comment you made, I think I made a reply to it once before, and just because you see your neighbour going down the drain, it doesn't mean you've got to follow them down the drain. It doesn't necessarily carry on. In regard to the matter in front of us, the quarterly budget review, it was mentioned about the capitalisation of wages, and I can see from the capital works that have been put off, I think there might be a shock coming just to how much of them wages can be capitalised, but we'll see in March. Councillor Armstrong touched on the consolidated forecast of what it might be, and I'd more attached it to the deficit of the general fund. When you put that 432,000 there, it's not 6.7, it's 7.2 almost, the operating deficit from the general fund, and you can't subsidise that by the other funds. The only other matter that I'd touch on in regard to that report was on page 59, which is my favourite pet subject, and I know COVID and I know the terrible wet season we had, and works couldn't be done. I'm looking forward to the works to be done in the next few months in regard to the reshooting of unsealed roads. There's a fair of money there to be spent in the former 3 council areas, and the staff can be assured I will be monitoring those funds. Not just a report saying that that road's been done, but I think we called before about what work's been done, how much has been done, and how much it costs to do those works. Because there's been some terrible thoughts in regard to where that funding actually ends up as opposed to where it should. So from here on into the end of the financial year when that's reported, I would ask that it's kept a very close eye on. Thank you.
Can I just make one sort of comment just in
yes.
There has been on the other side some good news. LRCI put around 1.770 million. It's just been received. So we received funding of that. And we've also got an outstanding debt with transport on the natural disaster of $3 million. Only we've spent already. So I'm hoping the March result actually improves substantially.
Yes, it sounds.
That's improved by one-off events.
Sorry?
By one-off events. They're not going to be a yearly thing, they're one-off events.
But it's expenditure we've already incurred.
Yeah.
Can I, sorry, Tony. Can I just ask quickly? It's, I don't know if it's an appropriate question. When we talk about all the work that we need to do on the roads, have we got the staff?
I'd have to probably defer to the, there have been species in the water sewer area, no question, I'm aware of that. And I know that they're flat out there, but I probably need to defer to the Director of Infrastructure.
I only say that because with some of the phone calls I've had, some people are more knowing than me that say we just haven't, you know, the council haven't got staff. So how can they do all this stuff? And so really it's just something I'd like to know.
Certainly been an issue in the water sewer fund. There's been staff moved from Young to BOOROWA and so forth and Harden. I'm aware of that, where they've had problems actually getting staff. There's been a lot of movement staff in that area. General Manager might be able to comment further.
Through you, Madam Mayor, there's two parts. There's business as usual, which is, you know, we have a structure in place which is meant to do business as usual. So when you get a large injection of capital, you try to manage that to capitalise wages, but still do the business as usual. So it's a balancing game. Ultimately, if the work, particularly where you consider the timing of the grant, how soon the funding body, whichever level of government, needs it to be spent, sometimes you have to contract that out. So that's the alternative. You don't have a choice because you've still got to operate business as usual.
Thank you. Councillor Stadmiller, you had your hand up.
Yes, Madam Mayor, just a question. I just wanted to seek clarification that we've had operating deficits for 5 of the 6 years, and 1 of the 6 years there was a small surplus. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is correct. The first surplus of the unaudited, well, the audit has not been complete. We are very close to it. Was the 30th of June 2022 financial year, the last financial year, was the small surplus of 1.6 before capital grants. Every year before that, you are correct, Councillor Stadmiller, there was an operating deficit.
Yeah. I just noted the Mayor's comment there before, and I say this in all due respect that she's feeling positive about the way forward, but clearly the data here and the fact that we've had those 5 of the 6 years in deficit is showing that we aren't going in the right direction, and we can't really see a way forward. I don't know, and I don't know if any other councillors there understand how to get out of this mess at the moment. Councillor Ingram has mentioned before of large potential SRVs. That's really one option. That's one option that I don't know he supports, and I certainly won't support. We're about to enter a caretaker mode with the state government and the local government minister next Friday on March 5, where the government minister won't be able to make any large decisions, hopefully, and put us into administration. But we don't know what government's going to be there after March 25 at the next election. So I suppose the point I want to make is, and stress that we need to do something, but I don't know what, and maybe spending some money looking at a business case as to how we've gotten this situation and a way out of it would be a good idea. And I know other councils have spent upwards of $250,000 to do that. And that might sound like throwing good money after bad, but Professor Joseph Drew's been working with Cootamundra Regional Council and Snowy Valleys Council to provide data for them and a way out and a way to de-merge. And I can't see how we can continue to stay like this and have any state government allow us to continue to stay like this. They will put an administrator in, and then those decisions that are going to really harm the community, like enormous SRVs of selling local assets, buildings, land, and so forth, and fees and charges going through the roof are going to happen because they'll often send a stooge out of Sydney to do that, and then they won't be accountable, and they'll go back to Sydney 6 or 12 months or 18 months later, depending on how long we don't have a democratically elected council. So I think it's time that we all look at maybe investing in some money at providing some empirical data here that will provide no uncertainty as to where we are heading, instead of just probably having a feeling of positivity, Madam Mayor, because I'm not feeling so positive looking at this, and I don't think the councillors around the table are either. So it's time to start doing something. I think we need a report at the next meeting outlining where we can get some further data as to where we're headed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller. I'm optimistic, always have been, always will be. And does anybody else want to make a comment? Councillor Foreman.
Do we have a plan in place to offset the rising costs of materials? Do you address that preempting what is going to happen, because we know they are rising and everything is going up? Is there something that we can, you know what I mean, we can do to sort of?
I don't know if the general manager wants to comment. We had a meeting internal on Monday.
Okay.
And I've met with the team, and we're actually possibly akin to what Councillor Stadmiller was raising. We're looking at other options in terms of with infrastructure in particular, how we move forward in our operating budget, our operating plan.
Yeah.
So I can't answer that question right now. Certainly, there's an issue with material costs going through the roof. I mean, it's excessively high.
Yes, which we know long term it's going to affect.
And the reliance there will be, as you see on the page, will be these grants that we've received.
Yes.
Now, obviously, we did a fair bit of repair work prior to the pothole funding coming in on the 1st of December. So there was a lot of, which was a resolution account. We did a lot of work done there. But then we do have $5 million recently received.
Yeah.
As I said, the LICP 1.7 just been received. Disaster recovery $1 million. We're aware of that. So there is a lot of grant funding that we need to utilise instead of operating expenses.
Yes.
In the next 6 months.
And the cost was risen.
As I understand, since January.
Yeah. Okay.
So through you, Madam Mayor, is just echoing the comments and much of the commentary. Yes, since the inception of Hilltops, there's been, I know the figure in my head was there was some $84 million worth of grants when I arrived 3 years ago. Many of them are in play now, and they are pretty much all assets. So assets depreciate. So obviously you've got new assets, depreciation hits your bottom line. The IPART rate, the rate peg, has been anywhere between 2%, 2.5%. There was some discussion about, councillors may recall, there was 0.7%. It ended up being 2.5%. The IPART rate for next year is 3.7%. 3.7%. As an accountant, I go, well, 3.7%, certainly not 2.5%, and certainly not 0.7%. So the consideration and still the resolution of the council from the October 2021 meeting was for the consideration of an SRV. I do stress the word consideration. So the meeting that Norm referred to, our CFO referred to on Monday, was a discussion about well, where are we now? We have increasing depreciation costs. We have increasing material costs. We have a claim from the unions in relation to the negotiation of the local government award for some 5% for an increase in wages. We had budgeted for 2.5%, which was consistent with what had been legislated before. So if these things come to part, like the depreciation and the revaluation of assets, we are guided by the very close scrutiny of the audit office in relation to the valuation of assets, because the revaluation of assets, they are also affected by the valuation, the increase in material costs, etc. So all of these things in some ways conspire to put pressure on our budget. That being said, we're working on a process to, and I referred back to that October 2021 report, is the consideration of service levels. So we're bringing together a plan, and in the action plan later on talks about this, talks about what the service levels are, understanding what the service levels are, what the service levels are currently, what is the expectation of the communities, and then marrying that to all of those factors that are there. As I've always done with you councillors, I painted a stark picture in October 2021, and I will paint whatever picture comes based upon the facts for your consideration on a way forward. Thank you.
Can I, through you, Madam Mayor,
Thank you.
if I may,
Yes,
just like to,
Councillor Ingram or Councillor Flannery?
Thank you,
Councillor
Madam
Ingram.
Mayor. Just in Councillor Foreman's question, very short and most truthful answer in regard to rising costs and cost to council is there's two things that need to happen to do something about it. One is that levels of service will drop further, something that the community shouldn't have to accept. And the other answer is there is only one means we have for raising funds, and that's out of the ratepayers' pocket. So the only way out, if you look at that road, is a double whammy for the ratepayer. The levels of service will drop, their rates will go through the roof, and we'll be still operating in deficit. So I can't see the bright picture neither. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram and Councillor Flannery.
thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I've got a mixture of questions for the director, so through you, Madam Mayor. Page 40, there's a few comments there. It says there's $90,603 in the hazard reduction grant, 793,000 for pothole patching and 419,000 transport from New South Wales, reflecting increased material costs. So hazard reduction, what exactly is the money for hazard reduction, and has that hazard reduction money been used? Has it been received and used? Pothole patching program, I think it was asked at the last meeting and I don't recall getting an answer. What is the process or program of pothole patching? Because I haven't seen much in the last 2 months. And the 419,000 reflecting transport for New South Wales increased material costs on a large ordered works program. So was that a program we quoted but didn't have the, well, could you please advise us of why we are out 419,000 on a transport for New South Wales contract? It sounds like we haven't done our budget properly.
That may have been the case. In relation to that pothole patching, we certainly received that money. And so we've highlighted at the top of the page, you'll see that the full amount, 943,000. So that's come in, so we've received that. And the infrastructure team are using that, certainly using that for pothole patching. There's a lot of patching done before 1 December when that was effective, which we haven't been reimbursed for, but we're using out of other grants where possible, where we're not restricted. Some of the Transport New South Wales grants, we can't, like the last ALP, we can't use that funding elsewhere. So I can certainly give you more detail on the 419,000 if you require it. But these costs have actually been incurred.
Well, I do require it. That's why I'm asking the questions. And perhaps it's a question for another director, but where's the money going for pothole patching? Because I have not seen any. Has that money run out? Because I haven't seen any pothole patching of any significance in the last 2 months. Look, and a couple of other questions. It notes that there's 2.248 million net reduction capital grants for drainage work in Young. It's not expected to proceed. Is that full stop? Is that a grant we have to hand back? And it says the next line, the reduction of 2.58 million is offset by a 300,000 increase in streets for shared spaces program. Looking at BOOROWA Street, I gather that program's already started. Is that correct?
Correct. So we don't have to hand that money back. That's actually we'll actually rebate that to 23-24, the 2.248 in relation to the capital grant. So it's not lost and won't be handed back. But certainly there is the other reduction, and as stated below, at this stage, these are the projections, and we'll update this for March, of a number of grants that haven't started or won't start before 30 June. So that list that's shown there as well, with the been decreased, etc. But yes, the 2248, no, we're not handing that back, and that'll be then held over to where necessary to 23-24, sorry.
So the 2248, we don't have to hand back. The next line says 2580, so there's 300,000 that I'm missing. Or you're missing, or we're missing.
No, the 300,000 is a grant that's come in relation to the shared spaces. So we have that money as well.
No, it says the reduction of 2.58, but the line above says a reduction of 2.258. Where's the other 300,000?
Yeah, no, the 300,000 has been just offset against, been stated as offset against the 2580. So reduction of 2580, which will hold over, but the 300,000 for the shared spaces, we have got that grant. That's listed down the bottom of the final bullet on the capital program there. Increased grant sheets, streets as shared spaces.
Okay, perhaps it's just the wording.
Yeah, maybe just wrote this, but now we have that money.
So the residents and ratepayers of Harden would be, I have had a number of phone calls wondering why the shared places program in Young has already commenced when they're still waiting for Murrumburrah Creek. And I think we only put the grant application in a month or two ago, and they're still waiting 6 years for some of the work in Harden. So is there a problem?
I'd have to take that on notice and get the details for you on in relation to Harden. I'm not across, unless the general manager's across that.
So you the work has actually begun in the Murrumburrah precinct, and fencing has gone up, and we've had inquiries about why we had to close off the toilets as well, and that's to do with access of the heavy machinery, given the inundation of water that in some ways decimated the creek. So for the stability of that, so that project has started. The reason why the shared spaces, I suppose, would come so quickly on was the timing of the grant and the requirement to spend the grant within a certain period of time, and started as noted in reports. We will have to bring back to council a report in the very before the end of the financial year. The relevant funding body will want a report from us, engagement with the community about what they felt about the shared spaces. So that's a very tight time frame. So they're not particularly related.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry, Mr. General Manager. I do note that there has been fencing up at Murrumburrah Creek because I've had a number of complaints about it. But I do note that the work is a long way from complete, and my recollection is that our grants have long run out, but we were very lucky we had some floods, which just happened to buy us a bit of time. So it's good that we're getting on with the $300,000 because we're worried the grant money might run out in Boorowa Street. Long may we wait for Murrumburrah Creek. As to the $4.28 million deficit, and as correctly pointed out by Councillors Ingram and Armstrong, it's actually far more. I think we actually need a report back to council on what efficiency measures we can drive, because we've long heard that state and federal governments have asked for a 10% efficiency gain where budgetary constraints have limited what they can do. And when we're spending $45 million and getting 38 million in, it just can't continue. So I think we need basically a 10% efficiency drive across council. And I put it to you, Mr. General Manager, and to you, Madam Mayor. Hope and well wishes are not going to do this. It needs to be hard facts, and we need to have a report from the executive on how it's going to be achieved. Because if it's not achieved, as pointed out by Councillor Ingram, the councillors will be punted, and a administrator will be put in place, and they'll make the hard decisions of a 70% rate rise. And not only will the residents cop the 70% rate rise, they'll then have to cop the disappointing councillors who didn't have the gumption to bring to the table the measures that are needed to get ourselves back on track. So we can write up and I thought about this, we can write about the meetings we've attended at the beginning of council meeting and give ourselves a pat on the back. None of it achieves anything. It's all just a load of claptrap, to be honest. How about we get down to the business of getting the budget back in order, get rid of all these rubbish reports and deal with what we need to do. So I put it to you, Madam Mayor.
And I'll put it to you, Councillor Flannery. We're in a public meeting.
Yep, and I'm voicing my opinion as a councillor, which I was rightly voted into.
Ask you, Councillor Flannery, to take regard of your language.
What could you sign order? What language?
For a start, I don't find claptrap as acceptable. I know I have been accused before of being a school teacher. Well, claptrap just doesn't pass the test. Yes, we all have the right to ask questions, but we ask them in a, what can I say, in a respectful manner. And at the moment, I'm not finding even the tone of voice respectful. So yes, ask your questions, Councillor Flannery, but in a respectful manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do find the councillor reports as a complete waste of time if we're not going to do anything. So perhaps I'll better phrase it as a waste of time. But I get back to the point that my view is we need a report from the General Manager on a 10% efficiency drive that can be achieved. And finally, I'd like to make the point that if much of the money we received for capital grants had been enacted by now, we wouldn't have the $1.4 million increase in material contracts, because much of this is as a result of not getting the work done. And I think at the end of the day, the ratepayer is going to cop it and the performance is poor.
I just need to make the statement in relation to the work that accumulated in the October 2021 report. The first point of that was a recruitment freeze for a period of time. And point C of that report was a restructure of employment costs to a new organisational structure in consultation with unions and staff. That process took 8 months as required by the requirements of the award and the Local Government Act. That structure was the start of the implementation of that structure was not until the end of June 2022. That's how long it took, from October through to June. That was that 8 months. Any new organisational structure to see the benefits of efficiencies and what productivity you actually achieve during that period of time will take at least between 18 months and 24 months. So we're only 6 months into this period. We have only filled some of the key positions within that structural change now. So when we talk about a 10% efficiency, the structure that was struck after many iterations, it was 269 equivalent full-time employees. The organisational structure that was the outcome of that 8 months was 242 positions, or 238.5 EFT. So there is a reduction in the number of staff. So it's 10%. Is it number of staff versus costs, etc.? As I requested then, these things need time to see how they work, how they come through, what benefits come through. We achieved a $1.6 million surplus for the first time, a surplus for the first time. I'm not saying this in contradiction to the concerns that councillors have about the escalating costs, the financial position. I am in absolute agreement with you that these things need to be considered. I assure you that we are considering. However, I do need the time to fully understand the impacts of those costs and to bring them together. And that was part of the planning that, as the CFO mentioned earlier, that is what we're working on. So we are working on these things. The time at which I can bring a report to you, that will come within the coming months for you to consider the way forward.
The program that you're talking about of October 21 is now 2 years by and large out of date. For want of exaggerating, it caused so much ruction, the staff reorganising, that half of them walked out the door, and now we don't have enough staff. So we're not.
That is wholly incorrect, Councillor. I'm sorry.
So we're not getting the work done. I mean, we're 40 staff short at last count. We have 40 staff short at last count. I'm talking about an efficiency of delivery of services program.
Councillor
not talking
Flannery,
about-
Councillor Flannery, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Madam
Mayor.
Mayor, can I just quickly ask, is that true? Are we
No.
fully staffed short?
Mr. General Manager,
No,
Madam Mayor,
Councillor Piper,
question.
and then I think everyone has
Councillor
had some.
Farley brought it up there. It's only a small amount, 90,603 hazard reduction. What does council consider hazard reduction, and can you give me some examples of what we've done?
Take that on. I'd have to take that on notice and investigate.
the Director of Infrastructure
Yeah.
will be able to respond to that, to Mr. CFO.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the hazard reduction is determined by RFS. They give us, I've got it on. Yep. Can you hear me now? The RFS provide us with that funding to do hazard reduction as they require. They provide us maps as to where the hazard reduction needs to happen, and then we execute that plan. So that is what the hazard reduction is about. It is determined by RFS. They give us the money to do it, and then we go out and do the work, and then we claim it from them.
So, through you, Madam Mayor, when I asked about the mowing of Campbellfields Lane, which was, and I think Councillor Piper's aware of it, was council aware of it and consulted as part of hazard reduction? I think the answer was no. So I'm assuming that 90,000 wasn't part of that work.
Sorry, Councillor Flannery, I'll have to take that notice and investigate where the cost was spent.
Okay, thank you. That was taken on notice 2 months ago.
Thank you. And perhaps the last questions from Councillor Stadmiller.
Madam Mayor, I've just got two questions. If we're not 40 staff short, how many staff are we short? As the first one.
Through you, Madam Mayor, my recollection is the vacancies was, if my recollection is correct, some 29 positions within the structure. And I know we have recruited some of those recently, but it is flux. People do leave and people do come on board. The last induction, they had 9 people in the room. So.
Second question, and Madam Mayor can answer it now or answer it later. It's entirely up to her. As leader of the council, what's your plan to sort of get us going forward here and get us out of these deficits, if any?
My plan is to work with the executive and the councillors so that we have a stable operational council. We're working towards that plan at the moment, and I congratulate the staff on all the work that they have been doing and the way that we have also been updated and informed about the steps that are in progress. I believe my role is to work with the executive, as I said before, and with the councillors. I believe we're on the right track. We have worked so hard to reach the part where we are, and I commend the General Manager for all the work that he has put in and for his leadership. And I will continue to rely on our staff and also on the General Manager and on the expert advice that they give us so that we can then make the best decisions for the people in our hilltops that we possibly can. And that is my plan. Thank you, Councillor Stadmiller. Now,
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'd ask some questions in regards to the QBR.
Okay, Councillor Armstrong, since you started it, how about we finish with you? Thank you.
Well, I'm certainly happy
Yes.
with other councils to ask questions about the QBR. I just don't want to ask questions about staffing.
No,
On the
no, the QBR. Okay.
just in regard to an issue that Councillor Ingram raised, and that is the unspent funds for unsealed roads gravel resheeting. 91,800 for Boorowa local roads, a figure of about 115,000 for Harden local roads, and about 522,000 for local roads in the former Young Shire. I'm just wondering whether there'd been any movement since December on those jobs, or are we still got those funds available to us for those works?
Funds are certainly available, but in terms of movement on those jobs, I'd have to take that on notice to provide a report on it.
Okay, and the second question relates to the $936,923, a princely sum, for the Boorowa Urban Renewal Program, which is an SCF fund. I'm just wondering whether there are limitations on the use of those funds, and what's the Mayor's proposal is to use them. There's been a lot of discussion over the years, but I don't know what they're used for. They're just sitting in the bank. Can someone enlighten me?
Maybe I defer to the Director of Infrastructure.
If there are limitations upon it, certainly I'm unaware of the limitations that are placed upon those funds. I'm just.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the Boorowa fund that Councillor Armstrong is referring to, originally it was touted as the urban renewal, then it went to moving the depot. So there's been a big history and legacy issues around this SCF funding. At some point in time, councillors indicated that we should look at water and sewer in the Boorowa area. We are busy scoping up projects for that funding application.
So we can spend it on water and sewer?
We can spend it on water and sewer.
Thank you very much. Now, for the last question, Thomas, in regards to the $300,000 streets and shared spaces, I and a couple of the councillors were under the impression that that $300,000 was to offset the maintenance and also the removal should the structures be removed. Now, it's shown as a capital grant in here. If it's going to offset maintenance, would it not be an operational grant? And if it's going to be removal, if it's not part of the replacement, it is effectively an operating cost. I'm just wondering what if I'm incorrect, can I please be provided with information in that regard, and what the suitable accounting treatment will be should and the impact on council's operating statement should the streets and shared spaces be removed?
I'll give a very simple accounting response and then I'll pass to the Director of Planning. From an accounting point of view, the grant is for $300,000 for the purpose of the streetscape. So the 6 areas with the facilities. The budget, as I understand it, is to establish it and to take it away. So this needs a second decision of council. The first decision was to accept the grant and to put this in and test it. There will be feedback from the community, which will be presented to you councillors. Councillors, you will then decide whether or not we keep these assets or not. Should you decide that they should not be kept based upon feedback or whatever reasoning, the budget is there to take it away, return to the previous position. Accounting treatment, 300,000 in, 300,000 out. We don't spend the 300,000 in, it goes back. So it's a net effect is nil, money in and out. It leaves the asset. Right now it's parked as an asset because at this point it's a physical structure being completed. Should it be decided that no, it is merely a project, that asset is reversed out and it passes through the profit and loss. I'll now pass to the Director of Planning.
Through you, Madam Mayor. The main condition we have on the funding is 2 things. One is to activate Boorowa Street in a way that's agreed with Traffic for New South Wales, and we've done that. And the second condition is to undertake an evaluation of the activation and to report that back to the funding agency. That evaluation will be a very helpful input to your decision that you need to make as to whether you wish to continue to have the activation operative, or whether the marginal cost of both the depreciation and the operating cost of keeping it in the main street was worth the potential benefit that the community receives, and that will be your decision to make.
So if we don't remove it, do we have to pay back part of the grant?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, it's ours to do with as we see fit.
So what's the allocation of the grant for removal?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll take that on notice. I don't know the exact allocation, but we have budgeted for removal in the event that you decide that we want to remove it at the end of the trial period.
So shouldn't we know what the budget is for removal before we put it up, in case you overspend the budget for putting it up?
Through you, Councillor Flannery, we have a complete budget for the entire project, which includes design, procurement, doing the installation, paying for the increased maintenance over the period the activation is operative till the end of the trial period, and for removing it. I can assure you it's within the 300,000 we've got budgeted.
Thank you. Look, we've been in committee for a fair time.
Madam Mayor, just one more question.
You promise?
Just in relation to the pothole grant, does it, can we capitalise that work, or is it R&M? How's the grant operate?
No, it's operating revenue, so revenue expenditure on the P&L in and out. Yeah.
Thank you. All right. We're in committee. I need a mover and a seconder. Thank you. Mover, seconder. Married on. Those in favour?
Unanimous.
Unanimous. Thank you. All right, which brings us back to 12.6, the quarterly budget review. I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? I think it's
just
those in favour.
Clarification, Madam Mayor. Whilst we're voting on it, there was a number of items that the director said they'd bring back to further meetings. Have they been recorded by the secretary?
Then we have noted the questions that have been taken on notice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, right. Did we get those in favour to vote? Those in favour? 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. Against?
Councillor Ingram against.
Okay, thank you. So it is passed. Let's move on to 12.7. Road naming for new road in subdivision at 249 Wickham Lane, Young.
So moved.
So moved. Thank you. Councillor Sedmiller, do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Any discussion? If not, I'll put it to vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. And we've done the next one, the modification to consent. Yep. So if we go to 12.9, am I right?
Yes.
Yes. That's DA 2022-0258.01, modification to consent, amended plan.
So moved.
18 William. Thank you. Moved Councillor Stadmiller, seconded Councillor Foreman. Discussion? Debate? I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour?
Unanimous.
Unanimous. Thank you. The next one, 12.10. We're right. Development application stats for December 22 to January 2023. Do I have a mover? Thank you. Fitzgerald, and thank you, Councillor Ingram. Any discussion? I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Oh, pardon me. Question, pardon me. Yes.
Microphone, please, Councillor Ingram.
Sorry, I mentioned to the Director of Planning on another matter offline. With these developments with having outside certifiers from council in charge of a lot of these matters, and when you ask, have they got their occupation certificate, or is everything signed off? The answer is it's been done by private certifiers. My question was, how do we hold them to account? I know of several instances where it's just gone on and on and on, and probably 9 or 10 years is probably long enough. But my answer is it's been looked at by the private certifiers, and I appreciate the director's correspondence to me to assure me that some of those matters will be looked at. But it just seems to be an open door. Let's bypass council, let's get a private certifier and let's play the game. And they don't have to have the occupation certificate because they're obviously, what I'm talking about, in there operating, and they haven't got things in order with their compliance. So does it happen all the time? Is there any way around this that we can hold these private certifiers to account, or are they a god amongst themselves? Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Ingram, I totally understand the concern because we do lose a degree of visibility and control when a private certifier is involved. And how the system works is that private certifier is their accountable body. And if we find that, so two things happen. We do a regular general monitoring program where we would kind of vaguely, well, generally expect that an occupation certificate, for example, should be issued. We check on the planning portal to see whether there's anything being uploaded, and we do site visits to see whether, in a particular location, whether, they are broadly using the site. That, if it's evident that they're using the site in the way that they shouldn't be, we will then look to do a compliance action in that case. The other way we obviously respond is where we hear feedback from the community about concerns about someone not using the site in accordance with their consent. So yeah, and where we're unhappy with the private certifiers' work, we take that to their trade.
Thank you, Director. And just brought the subject up so the councillors, all councillors, can be made aware of how it happens and how it works. And it seems to be an increasing fad to employ private certifiers, and most of the time from out of our area. And there seems to be no recall. So appreciate council monitoring that situation. Thank you.
Yes,
just a clarification, and I hope the Director of Planning will excuse my inexperience, but on page 113, could you just please clarify for me what the headings clock stop brackets days and external referrals days might mean in practice?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we stop the clock usually because there's additional information we need to make a determination on a development application. They typically take 3 forms. One is that we ask the applicant to provide more information, and that's the most common one, where they haven't got all their ducks in a row and we need a bit more information. The second one is where an external agency, normally the state, so Traffic for New South Wales, Heritage New South Wales, those kind of agencies need to comment on an application, and we're awaiting their feedback. And the third is an internal referral, largely to our colleagues in infrastructure, to look at the engineering side of things. So there are 3 reasons that we stop the clock and ask for further information.
So the clock stop days is not a true indication of how many days there has been since the DA was put at council. It could be much longer.
Well, it says on the second column in the
so for you, Madam Mayor, if you add up the clock stop days with the processing days, you'll get the total days that the application has been in the system.
Okay. The other one, there are 2 of the development applications that interested me. On page 114, the third down, the open rifle range. I would assume there are certain things that must comply with in terms of regulations and so forth.
No, you can shoot anywhere.
I'm sorry, sorry, can't be sure which one is that?
Page 114.
Yeah,
that's the one down.
Yeah, so what we're asking is some more information, and I think so what it is that we're waiting for the applicant to come back with police approvals that they're satisfied with the application.
Right. Thank you.
All right, if there are no more questions, I'll put it. Those in favour? Unanimous. Okay, thank you. Thank you, councillors. The next one on 1211, Young Cemetery Plan of Management, Public Exhibition and Development Pathway.
Move the recommendation.
Thank you, councillor Armstrong. Seconder? Councillor Flannery, was your hand up? Just second? Okay, thank you. And any questions?
Councillor Stedmiller.
Councillor Stedmiller.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I find the final figure over the 10 years of 1.76 million to be astronomical for what's a couple of paddocks and some minor utilities there. I'm going to vote for this to put it on public exhibition for 42 days, but I get the feeling that the residents are going to have a problem with the cost here. And I don't know how we've come to this cost. It hasn't been explained particularly well in this report. So anyway, I'll vote for it at this stage for the 42 days notice, but huge concerns regarding the cost. Thank you.
Thank you for you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your question, Councillor Stedmiller. You're asking a very good one. This report is to ask you to approve the plan of management so that we can get on with getting the consenting in place so that development could happen. You have in some ways, much more challenging decision ahead of you is to fund and to actually approve the capital works to be done. And that's a decision for a future time. So that's why we haven't outlined, we've given you the historical figures when there was last a rough order of cost prepared. There's been no analysis of that, or whether that's fit for purpose or robust. That comes through the detailed design and when the project comes back for your approval. This is to enable us to take advantage of the Part 5 pathway in the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act, which means that we can use the provisions for public infrastructure to get the consenting in place as soon as we can, so that therefore we can have the best chance to have the lawn cemetery capacity increased to meet the demand, which is going to come to an end in 2.5 years' time.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more questions, queries?
Just in relation to that, and it's not related to a plan of management, but to what extent over the, I suppose it's over the life of the cemetery, but to what extent over, say, 20-year period would you recover some of the costs for the site as opposed to the capital outlay?
Through you, Madam Mayor, part of doing the fees and charges is that you project what the future usage level rates are going to be and what the cost of providing that service is, and you then allocate accordingly. So one would presume as you go and look at future fees and charges that you've got those all on the line, so that you're meeting your costs, knowing that there's both a public benefit and a private benefit from providing cemeteries.
The question more accurately, will the plan of management and the study into the new cemetery include the capital cost versus the putting forward a site, like the site costs? Is there a life chart?
Yeah. So through you, Madam Mayor, that's not the purpose of this plan of management. This plan of management is solely to enable the consenting to take place. It isn't a detailed operational plan of management. It's a statutory land use plan of management.
Thank you. If there are no more questions,
on the back of that,
all right.
Is a crematorium, would it have to be in this report as part of a plan of management if that were to be considered?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the plan of management outlines what we envisage the site to be used. So if we were to contemplate having a crematorium, it should be in in this case, you notice we've appended the master plan to go along with it, and that's supposed to be the guiding document for what you intend the site to be used for.
All right, if there are no, oh,
I was just going to say I might have to declare an interest if it keeps going down that line. Because,
we all will, actually.
now on the, yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah, I'll take that, I'll cop that. I was sorting, I was going to refer about the possibility of a crematorium, that was all. I didn't plan to use it personally. I'll be around to annoy you a bit longer yet.
All right, thank you, everybody, for the, do we call it black humour, dark humour? What humour?
All right, you're out.
Black humour. I will put it to the vote. Those in favour?
Unanimous.
Unanimous. Thank you, everybody.
Yes.
Submission on the draft South Eastern Tablelands Regional Transport Plan. All right, moved with an amendment. Seconder?
Oh, let's hear the
Oh.
amendment. Hear what the amendment is first.
Oh, we better hear the amendment.
Yeah.
We hear.
Yeah, please, councillor, read out the proposed.
Madam Councillor,
A, that council A endorse the council's submission on the draft South East and Tablelands Regional Transport Plan found in attachment 1 with amendments to include 1, the Burley Griffin Way be upgraded to a tier 1 spoke connecting regional cities and centres with connections to the Newell Highway and onto Griffith. And 2, noting that the Tumbarumba to Rosewood Rail Trail has led to the establishment of 9 new businesses in the area. And B, submit the submission to Transport for New South Wales by the close of the public exhibition period.
Director, could you explain for us, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, through Deputy Mayor Foreman, we received some feedback from Kim Ryan, representing the Boorowa Gaylong Rail Trail. And what he identified is, in fact, if you look at the plan on page 181, this is kind of the primary document that they use for the plan, and that there isn't a link between Harden along the Burley Griffin Way through to the Griffith. And if you look at the plan, there's links to other centres outside of the area. And so what we're proposing is to acknowledge that that's another green arrow that goes out to Griffith as a suggestion as part of our submission. The second change is to pick up a typo where we said that there were 9 new, on page 187, where we said 9 new rail trails have been created, where we meant 9 new businesses.
No. Thank you for that. So, do we have a seconder for the motion? Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Are there any more further questions? No. All right. Those in favour? It's unanimous. All right, let's move on. Thank you. Uh, 12:13. Here we go. 12:13, the works report. We have it in front of you. Do we have a mover?
I'll move, Madam Mayor. The question.
Seconder.
And a seconder? Councillor Piper.
Any question?
All right. Any questions? Councillor Ingram.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'm not up to a lot of questions tonight, but just one query I have in regard to on page 198, the footpath, curb works and maintenance. It was asked some time ago about could the area of town, that being Petticoat Lane, and the bottom side of the road that hasn't got the curb works, be looked at and something be sought to save the residents on the bottom side from being flooded every time we have a shower of rain. At the time, the works manager and an engineer did come to the site and have a look. And the work manager, since he's been off since then, and I hope you're feeling better, Foz. But we've received no feedback at all as to what that meeting, the outcome of that meeting, or any prospective funding that might be able to put aside or worked for that area. I was just wondering if I could get a timeline when something might be brought back to us. I do declare an interest.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Ingram, as far as we've ascertained, it's the Petticoat Lane one we're talking about is where there was a development that was done, and the development, the curb was for that specific site, not for the other site. That's as far as I could find out the history of it.
I'm sorry, officer, that's rocket science. I know there's no curb and guttering on the bottom side, and it was done. And the problem was caused, a lot of it, by the development on the top side. At the time, the council in place at that time didn't impose curb and guttering on the bottom side. That's not what I'm asking. I know that. I'm asked and had staff attend the site to see what works could be done so we can put in allocation to funding for something to correct the mistake that happened in the past. That's the question, and I haven't received anything back.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Ingram, I'll make work of it and get an answer back for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor
Flannery.
Madam Mayor, thank you. The works report has gotten very skinny. I think we did ask that we can get some dates and source of funds, and that seems to have disappeared to white paper. Could that be reinstated, please? And when I look at the forward works report, wherever it is, or works to be completed, plan works. Back on the first point, I assume it's just an omission, or has there been a decision made again to go back to the lack of detail in our works report?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Flannery, we'll go back to that.
Thank you. Could I please add to the forward works reports, pothole patching, Moppy Road, Kalangan Road, Moringo Gap Road, and Moringo Gap Road I drove through in January with a header, and it only goes 38 k's an hour, and I could hardly sit in it. And I know there's been much discussion. I thought I did send an email, but perhaps not, because I couldn't find it. But it is diabolical. Kalangan Road and Moppy Road, parts of it are in a similar state where you simply drive at your own risk. And I notice there's a car that's hit a tree there, which I don't think is because of the road, but there are certainly sections of that road where if a car's coming the opposite way, you either take the pothole, at great risk to your car, or you take the opposition car. I also asked 4 months ago, August, how many patching trucks we have, and it was to be taken on notice. Have we worked out how many patching trucks we have yet? Because I believe part of the problem is that we don't have many patching trucks, and that we're using utes, which is great because we're doing something, but they're running out of material on some of these longer roads and they're just not getting back to it.
So through you, Madam Mayor, there are 4 patching trucks, and the utes that we are using are to supplement the patching trucks because there's such a body of work that we need to get to.
Thank you. Well, could I, and there's a couple of other roads, but they're not, they're gravel, which is Bethune Road, and there's a Seamus Road at Gaylong, which is a dirt road. That Seamus Road is almost undrivable, as is the, I don't know the name, back Gaylong Road that takes you to the tip.
For you, Madam Mayor, can I ask just something was put to me in a phone conversation the other day, that there was machinery that was, they said was stationary for a long time down the end of the Kenya Road, and which would have been the unsealed road here, noted on 189. Does that happen, that the heavy machinery sort of sits there and nothing happens for a while? Because it obviously, you know, it worried this person that there was machinery down there and nothing was being done with it.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, Councillor Mackey, that can happen from time to time. Typically, when we were busy last year with the floods, equipment was parked and staff went to other areas, but they always come back to it and reassign it, pick it up and take it somewhere else or finish the job.
To you, Madam Mayor, in regards to Murrumburrah Gap Road, which we've all discussed here, I know tonight. So we know it's a big issue, and we need to consider how we're going to approach it. But is there anything that we could do short term to make it safer? Is there some, can we grade it, or can we do something in the short term to make it safe for the people that use that road?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we are looking at interim measures. We have looked at the full costing of trying to repair that road. It is significant and there aren't any budget line items. So we are looking at potentially grading a small section, which is between the two speed bumps. The two speed signs. The rest of the road, we will be doing pothole patching, but there is a significant piece. I think we said about 3 kilometres. Approximately 3 kilometres of that road is in need, and we're obviously working through what we can do in the interim.
Can I ask about a number of roads? The listing in your works plan is heavy patching on Back Creek Road. Are we talking about that section near the MURRUMBURRAH end of it that comes back about half a kilometre, which is just a disaster, has been for a while? Is that the area we're talking about?
To you, Madam Mayor, that's part of it, but not all of it. There's blocks that has been done, but the part you're talking about is scheduled to happen. We just had to get the stabilizers in, and that's been prioritized to be done, but it's been pushed back for a reason. So it is scheduled to be done.
Okay. Second area I'd like to talk about is the Kingsvale Road, about maybe 200 metres past the turn off to the Chinese Gardens as you go up the hill there towards the tower. There's a section there, probably about 50 metres long, which is, you've got to drive through at a very slow speed. Is that, I haven't seen that listed on your ways. Are you aware of that?
We're aware of it, Councillor, and we'll look at it and fix it up.
Yeah. And the third thing I was asked by a constituent, when you go out and patch a number of potholes, sometimes, say there's 4 potholes, you patch 3. And if there's 5, you patch 4. There's always seems to be 1 or 2 left over. Is there a technical reason for this that you can answer, that I can answer constituents?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor, what has happened in the past and sometimes happens, they run out of material, then they have to go back to the depot and come back and do it. And sometimes it's not the same day, it's the following day or the day after that. But yeah, I understand where you're coming from. It's happened a couple of times.
But what I've seen is that patch.
And then it stops.
And then nothing. And then, it's an intriguing little episode. Yeah. Thank you.
That's, I think that's a very pertinent point, Councillor Fitzgerald, because and with what I was alluding to with some of these roads, because it seems to me that, and it's addressed later in our council business paper, that we need a bit more consideration, and I tried to bring it up earlier, and Mayor got a bit upset, that we need a bit better planning so that if we do have a 40k road and there's potholes every 2 kilometres and that, I would have thought a guesstimate of materials used could be put into an allocation so that some of these areas of efficiency could be addressed. A couple of other little things quickly. Was the Murrumburrah Gap Road considered when we put the application in for the JUGIONG pool?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the application for the JUGIONG pool is a funding that doesn't recognise funding for roads. It's each funding criteria. We look at the criteria when we apply for these funds, and certainly the sports funding that we looked at for the JUGIONG pool did not include roads as an option.
Question, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I believe as a council we agreed that we would give priority to school bus routes, and this Murrumburrah Gap Road is definitely a school bus route, so we should be getting stuck in it, because I drove it today before we came, and it's quite bad.
So you, Madam Mayor, I would just like to say, just on a positive note, you fixed Millvale Road recently, which I drive that, and I was avoiding it for quite some time. But I have been driving it, and you've done a good job. And I've also noticed that that you have also mowed with the tractor, I think you use, around the new truck stop area and a few other areas that I was driving through today, and that's looking good. I don't know whether this is the format, the place, but just as possible suggestion is if we looked into planting out with some grasses and things, those to save some money, those hard to how do you say, get at or mow, you know, very slopey embankments and things like that long term, if we could find some money to possibly put into, so it just, you know what I mean, it just lowers the maintenance and the cost. Just a thought.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Foreman, that's around that ablution block you're talking about. That's the plan to plant some plants around there. Staff is working on a planting plan, so that's a start for us, and at least in that area, so we don't have to mow that embankment there.
Yeah, Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to thank the director and Mr. Moller for the responses to the emails that I sent following a receipt of a request from a number of residents on the Maringo Gap Road now. I've read them all, and in particular the last one. I note that the estimate for the repair works is $700,000. I guess look, I take on board it does need 3 kilometres of heavy patching, 3 kilometres of overlay, 4.7 kilometres of drainage, 5 sets of stormwater pipes, and 10 days of tree pruning and site clearing. But the people realistically, they need the potholes filled now, and the 10 days of street tree pruning can come when there's money. The 5 sets of stormwater pipes, we've been able to get away with them for as long as we've been able to get away with them. We don't need them in there now. The same goes perhaps with the overlay and some drainage works and heavy patching. Well, heavy patching, I think that we've got a cultivator doing some heavy patching work, stabilisation work on the Clifton Bribby Road. Look, it'd be great to get it out there, but I'm a realist. Our rural sewer roads vote wouldn't have the money to fund that, but it's certainly got to have some money there to fund some pothole patching out there. That road is an absolute goat track. And I'm fearful that there's going to be a fatality on there. People, I do take on board the issue of the signage, and I thank you for the signage, but unfortunately, people become a little bit desensitised to slow down signs, and unfortunately, that leads to a little bit of a dangerous situation. If we can get out of it, let's get out of it by patching some potholes and improving it. Yes, we need to get some more money to do something with it, but I don't think that we're in a position really to do $700,000 worth of work on that road now, unless someone else can fund it.
Thank you. I agree with you, Councillor Armstrong. I'm just asking the question: how long do you take as when you fill a pothole? How long do you expect it to last? If we're talking about, I know everybody's, what do you mean? But if you're looking at a short-term fix, how long is that short term that you're looking at? Are you looking at, say, a month, a few months, years?
Madam Mayor, it depends on the conditions. So if you fill a pothole when the pothole has got water in, it won't last. If it's dry and you fill it correctly, it will last quite some time. So it depends all on the condition on the day that they put the cold mix in it.
So sometimes with the potholes that are filled, if they were actually wet, then there wouldn't be much use in filling that pothole. So correct. On occasions there could be something that is left, because what's the point of filling it when it's going to collapse next day?
It also comes down to emergency basically. So if you fill a pothole, it's out the next day. It's not a good thing. You don't want that really, but you're looking at vehicles damage to vehicles, injuries to people and stuff. So you have to consider that in relation to the cost of fixing one pothole for the sake of fixing it, you know. So you do it and you hope that it will work. If it doesn't work, you come back tomorrow again, you just do it. But just to keep the road safe.
Thank you.
It's more a case of the urgency and the safety of it. Sometimes, especially through the wet weather, we didn't have the luxury of waiting for all the roads to dry perfectly. There was a definite request and urgent and immediate action because the roads were deteriorating so fast. So yes, it's not ideal. We always say you've got to wait for the roads to dry out before you can actually go in there, but you can't say I'm going to do nothing because it is quite a safety issue there. So that's the balance you have to strike, because pothole patching often is an emergency work.
Okay.
Can I just quickly ask through you, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
The next question will be when for the Murrumburrah Gap Road, because everyone's saying, well, it has to be done. So is there a short answer to when they can expect something to be done?
To you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Mackie, we have been looking at the size of the damage today. So we're just going through the process of deciding what we want to do. One suggestion was to grade the road and put a gravel layer on and just compact it. That's a temporary solution. It won't last. If we get rain again, it's gone. So as long as we're mindful to that, crews can probably start next week with it, because at the moment they're busy with other work, and we just have to reprioritize and reschedule the workers to go there. Last night, a large amount of our staff were in the bushfires, so not much work happened today because they were still sleeping. So we just have to reprioritize it.
There's a lot of road clearing with all the high winds from yesterday, so the staff are actually attending to emergency requirements.
Well, sorry, just quickly, while we're talking about trees and clearing, when I was walking the other morning, there was a gum that had obviously dropped a limb from the heat, but it was on a footpath just down from the Catholic school in BOOROWA. And I was just thinking, if it was the wrong timing, it could have been a dreadful thing. But you can't check every tree, but some gums are famous for just dropping limbs when it's hot. Do you ever do any inspections of things, especially over footpaths that are close to schools and things like that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we've got one staff member that goes and does inspections on trees and stuff, and does those type of things for us. So if there's a concern and we notify him to go into an area, he will definitely do it.
And Councillor Piper.
Just how do we patch holes? Do we just a shovel full of tar and metal in, or do we compact to keep it in? And also, just adding to what Councillor Mackie just said, I did the road today to come to the meeting, the Gap Road, and when you turn off to go onto the dirt road to come back around, there was a tree fallen there, and it was 7/8 of the way across the road. People ahead of me had gone up around onto the, well, what I call a footpath, but it wasn't, to get away. And I'm just wondering whether we've got notice to get rid of that because it's there.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Piper, yes, if public is notified of the tree, staff will immediately go out. Coming back to the pothole repair, how we do it, there's two ways of doing it really. One is you shovel it in and use the truck wheel to compact it. It's the faster way, it's less traffic management involved, it's a safer way. Otherwise, we have to have traffic management in place, close the road, and then get the roller off or the compactor off the vehicle and then compact the potholes, which takes longer, cost more and stuff. So we try and do it as fast as possible and the best as possible we can by using the truck wheels as the compactor, basically.
Okay, thank you. Well, if
Madam Mayor, just a question I did ask the Finance Director, and you should take it on note, but perhaps I should have correctly asked the Director. The pothole grant funding we've received, and given the very pertinent point of Murrumburrah Gap Road, pardon the pun, but there's a few holes in our assessment if we've missed all the potholes on Ringo Gap, if we've got $900,000. So what is the allocation process for pothole repair?
So, through you, Madam Mayor, Ringo Gap Road has two specific areas that need attention. The first is the potholes, and potholes are ongoing operational cost. This is an operational budget. We do deploy crews and they continuously travel the roads and fill those potholes. The section that I believe is probably more pertinent to the complaints that have been received by various councillors, and I am aware that it is a very hot topic, and the sections that are there are not potholes. They are the degraded road surface. It's significant road surface. Potholing those areas is not possible. And that's why we're speaking about, as an interim measure, we will do a grading, because there's about 3 kilometres of road that is really poor. We acknowledge that, and it's because of increased traffic over the last 6 weeks. That road 6 weeks ago was fine. It's not anymore. We're going to do some temporary works there, or interim, not temporary, interim works, but certainly potholing would not work for that section. But as far as the rest of Maringo Gap and Maringo Road, where we find potholes, we fill them.
The question was, what is the process for identifying potholes out of the repair budget?
It's through visual inspection and safety.
So there's a council officer who travels all the roads and inspects the potholes. Inspects the roads for potholes, and then has a report that details the number of potholes, severity, urgency. Is that the report that you receive?
Councillor Flannery, yes, we rely on public to notify us. We also got our own staff to notify us, but there's dedicated crews that do travel the roads, and they vary it from day to day which road they're on. And wherever they find a pothole, that's where they fix it.
So I've detailed a number of roads, and council staff, are they on the list for roads that need repair?
Absolutely, Councillor Flannery, they will get to it, yes.
Okay, right.
Mayor, I've got a
Councillor Dodd.
I've got a question, not about roads, but about, I'm sorry, the village landfills. And I just wonder what the plan is going forward, and maybe not today, maybe later on, but I'm just conscious that we're doing these interim measures, and we sort of haven't had any information recently about what the plan is for the future.
So through you, Madam Mayor, the village landfills, we did say to councillors when we brought through the plan that we were going to be doing community consultation to close any of these landfills and to convert them to transfer stations, etc. We do believe we need to have a community consultation. So beginning at the end of this month, we're going to start doing an education program with the community and also doing some surveys. We believe that the community consultation is better if we engage with the community from an education point of view. This is what we're going to come to talk to you about. And then in May, we will go to face-to-face sessions so that the community comes and say, we'll give them information like there's so many of these landfills, this is the way forward, this is the future, and that'll be through various forms of media, be it social media or print or whatever. That's the strategy. And then once we've got that done, May is the time when we do a face-to-face with the community to get their input, because we need to finalise. We can't just close these things, but we do need to let them know that this cannot go on forever.
I think some of the issues were around costs involved, that they have some more information rather than just general information, but they have information about costs that would be involved and what the options were. They talked about what was possible, but some places you can do curbside, others you can't, and
that's part of the engagement.
And
certainly fees and charges are going to be part of that conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Look, we've had a fairly good discussion there, I think.
Madam Mayor, if we can just, there's a community engagement at Bribri, is it next month?
On the 28th.
The 20, what's the meeting on the 9th?
I'll be going to the tunnel.
I myself and Madam Mayor have been asked to attend Tubble Tip coming up soon. I just can't recall the date, but that's a discussion with community members who are asked to come and see for us to go see, but it's not the consultation and discussion that the director is talking about. But there is a plan for upcoming consultation and discussion about effectively what we've been working on for months or years, really, the waste strategy. So thank you. Councillor Flannery.
Through you, Madam Mayor, on the waste strategy, when Councillor Foreman and I attended Gaylong meeting the other night, a new Gaylong resident informed us that that Parks has a very good recycling and waste management strategy. I know nothing about it, but she recommended that we take it back to council to investigate the Parks waste management and recycling strategy. So I might recommend that to a general manager and director.
Sounds a plan. Yes. All right. I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour?
Unanimous.
Unanimous. Thank you, everybody, and thank you for the discussion. And thank you, directors and managers, for your replies. All right. We'll move on. 12:15, not for the BOOROWA Horse Arena, which is up and running. Thank you.
I'd just like to say congratulations, it's finally done. And I believe it has had one, oh sorry to you, Madam Mayor, and I believe it has been booked once already, is that correct? Yes, and we are all very happy to say that it's up and running, and congratulations, and finally, so well done. I'm sure the BOOROWA community and whoever else wants to use it will be thrilled.
Just an observation, Madam Mayor. I drove past it this morning and we're still doing work there.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's the finalisation of the disability toilets, the ablation type part. That's the final component. And that actually wasn't part of the original grant.
But again, pat on the back. We've had something in the horse arena.
I'd like to add to that too. Lots of happy people. Can I quickly ask, I'm sure they find this on the website, but someone said to me, what do we do with the key when it's sort of out of hours and all that sort of thing? Or a key?
Our Director of Corporate and Community, maybe?
Pretty unlocked, and I look at it last Sunday.
You'll find that with a lot of the waste facilities too now.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the keys are collected from the BOOROWA office. So that would be done on the Friday before the event. However, we would have a staff member available to meet someone should they need to out of hours. Or if anything goes wrong, things like that, there's a number that they can call.
And Sarah, that's on the website if someone wanted to go.
That's all in the sorted out where they make the booking.
Okay.
So they're given that information when they make the booking. Yep.
Just a couple of questions. Has there been any additional cost to council in finalisation of the project? And the other question was, what is the difference between a 10A structure and a 9B structure? And there's actually a third question, the water in the tanks, is that collected from there's 3 tanks that look to be about 200,000 litres each? Is the water going into the tanks from the roof, or is that going into the stormwater and we're using town water for the fire system?
To you, Madam Mayor, the whole roof system has been hooked up to the 3 tanks. The 3 tanks then is hooked up to the tank at the sports field as an overflow. If that tank is full, then it only will go into the stormwater system. So we try to build a little bit of resilience in it. The bore that's on the ground has been now linked to those tanks as well. So in a dry year, you'll be able to fill the tanks for the dust suppression with it.
Very good. Has there been any out-of-pocket costs? We seem to have received a number of grants for it. Has council had to pay for any of the remediation finalisation costs?
No, council Flannery, that was all part of the grant.
And the other one was, what is the difference between a 10A and a 9B?
Sorry, Councillor, I can't answer you that one.
Oh,
So, the 10 structure is for a non-habitable building, whereas the 9B is for like a place of assembly, like a church or anything. There's a difference between the classifications. What was the first one, sorry? It's for buildings that are.
Sorry, councillors, can I just hold? Councillor Stadmiller, can you hear the Director of Planning?
I've been missing parts of the meeting at times, so I'm just trying to persist with it. I could just hear him then.
Okay, well, I've just asked him to go up to the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, to you, Madam Chair, a 10A building is for called a non-habitable building, such as sheds, a carport, or a private garage. Whereas 9B is for a place of assembly, such as, you know, a theatre or a community horse arena. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, if there are no more questions, or
Just
Councillor Armstrong.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just through to the General Manager. In regard to the booking conditions and the hire agreement, has this been through a legal professional? The reason I ask is that I'm just wondering what the definition of a respectable insurer is. Or indeed why a public liability insurance policy would need to be provided rather than a certificate of currency. There are a number of other duplicated areas in there that seem to be rather superfluous or perhaps better described as falling over their own feet again.
I'll pass to our Chief Financial Officer, who also looks after our insurance.
The advice was, Councillor Armstrong, was sought from our insurer. We didn't seek legal advice, but that the format was provided back by our insurer.
Can I suggest that we probably should be running this through a legal professional? Because at the end of the day, I don't know anyone that's qualified to determine who's a respectable insurer and who's not a respectable insurer. Is that the difference, Councillor Fitzgerald? They were tight.
Well,
I think more than that.
We'll take that on board, Councillor. As a matter of course, we'll throw it to our legal team.
I'd be surprised if the insurers would provide that information in any event. Otherwise, they may be considered responsible if they provided something that wasn't quite kosher. So,
yeah. I can check with the insurer.
They're remiss to do that.
Yeah, and if necessary, we'll go back to our legal advisors.
It's better to get it right now than try and fix it up after there's a court case.
Sure.
The other, just not a question, a comment, but I was asked in Boorrowa the other day what the fees and charges are likely to be, and I had to be honest and said I haven't got a clue. But I think, we really should encourage the use of this rather than discourage it. I know we do have depreciation to account for and a number of other things, but encouraging it was put to me a number of years ago that one of the good things about horse events, and it's particularly the case for Harden and Boorrowa, where we don't have much accommodation, that horse events such as polo cross and stock and camp drafting and these most of them bring their own swags with their campers, and encouraging the use of it should be paramount, not discouraging through fees and charges where they look to go elsewhere, because it's tourism, and we just need to take a bigger picture view on this.
Through you, Madam. Thank you, Councillor Flannery. Certainly, that is the intent. I've had discussion with the Boorrowa Showground Association, Pony Club. I declare my wife is into that area, so she talks about it, and that's something that's always at the forefront of the mind. And we've gone to this great extent to build this beautiful facility. The worst thing that we could do is overcharge for it and not promote the use. One of the things that we are doing is, and certainly it's stated in the report, is we need to look at the strike price of the 1650 odd was a time memorial cost that was set some years ago, and now we need to review it to make sure that we're at the right balance for utility as well as promoting those groups. And certainly that was the intent from the fees and charges, which you'll notice in the fees and charges further away from that set fee. By way of example, the Boorrowa Pony Club has set an annual fee to encourage their participation and use of it. So certainly it's at our forefront, but thank you, Councillor.
All right. if we've finished discussion, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. And I'm sure it will be well used. Right. 12:15, the Disaster Recovery Fund.
So moved.
Thank you.
I'd like to move we go into committee.
Through your councillor, maybe we get a second and then we can just go into committee.
Okay, I'll second that.
All right.
So now, councillor Planner, you've moved, we go into committees. There is a seconder for that. Councillor Ingram, vote.
Okay, we're in committee.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Madam Mayor. Unfortunately, I was unable to attend a workshop that was held recently, and I have a problem with these workshops because not everyone can attend them. But I've been informed of some information that was spoke about in regard to this item. And there was, I believe, and I won't go right into it, I'll let Councillor Armstrong deliver that himself, where some alternate suggestions were put in regard to where some of this funding might go. Just going on what I've been told and what I saw in the minutes of that meeting and workshop, nothing's changed. The recommendation here is exactly the same as it was when it went to the workshop. So obviously staff and didn't consider councillors' point of view to be worthwhile changing their recommendation. It seems like it was already sealed upon. To touch on the recommendation, I was completely in awe when I saw that a disaster recovery funding grant wished to have $500,000 allocated to the BOOROWA pipeline design and environmental assessment. I can't marry the two up. That might be just me, but I can't marry the two up. I'm not saying that the BOOROWA pipeline isn't worthy of funding. I'm not saying that at all. I happen to know it's the biggest issue that the BOOROWA community have. But just to touch on something that Councillor Armstrong also earlier on brought into the play is that there's $900,000 that has been available to the BOOROWA community for the best part of 6.5 years. It's been reallocated, kicked around. It's still sitting there. I couldn't think of a better purpose for $500,000 out of that fund to go towards a design and environmental assessment plan. That's what it's made for. It's ideal. Exactly was spoken of. It was talked about water and sewer works for it. There you go. The $500,000 that is there under a disaster recovery funding arrangement because of floods and etc. could be well and truly spent in a much better manner by addressing the issues that the flooding causes in BOOROWA, HARDEN and Young. There are plenty of cases that we know about and areas where that happens, and I believe Councillor Armstrong, and I'll leave it to him to point those out. I strongly ask councillors to consider this before it goes up, and if it does go up, I'll be foreshadowing a motion of deferral to, so the staff can have a look and at least put some recommendations to the council that sit a bit more on the palette than what this does at the moment, because that $500,000 to take out of this grant funding when you've got $900,000 that's been sitting there for 6.5 years, I think is ridiculous. Here's the money that's in the $900,000 if you want to do a $500,000 assessment and design. The BOOROWA community are screaming for it. But I don't think you should be penalising the other communities with funding out of this money when you've got $900,000 sitting there waiting to be used. I would find it very hard to explain to the community how you took $500,000 out of $1 million to do something and you're still sitting on $900,000 for the last 6 years. So for that reason, councillors, I can't go along with what's been presented to council. Thank you.
Yes.
Can we access that sort of money out of the 900,000 for that project?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the 900,000, as we earlier discussed, we have been working with projects so that we can get those across the line. And when we put these proposals together, it was assumed that those projects were going to be going ahead out of the 900,000. should the councillors wish us to consider and reconsider that and say, well, rather than do the projects that we were planning for that 900,000, we use the 500,000, then we can, this is a proposal in terms of what the projects are. I understand from the briefing that there were suggestions about some flood works to be done, and the recommendations does include a line item in terms of doing some more investigations on flood work.
Just in regard to the last point you mentioned about investigations into flood mitigation, how much money is this council going to spend in investigations? Let's actually put some shovels and do something. The communities and council staff should be well aware of the problems that are caused by flooding in both the BOOROWA, HARDEN and Young communities, without spending $200,000 on more investigations, surely.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I also, excuse my ignorance, but I would like the items here explained, like maybe, because I actually don't know what some of them are. So it's just like a basic, you know, say where's the Harden STP maturation ponds assessment and armouring for 150. I actually don't know what that is.
So you use the word SHIT?
No, I stumbled. No, but I'm not being strict, but I just actually, some of those things I actually would like a breakdown, or just actually what it is and maybe what benefit it is, because I don't actually know what it is. Sorry.
Would you like this to, would you
can come back at a later stage, but I
could walk them through now, but
it's up to the other councillors if you feel,
I'd like to move the motion. I'd like to move a motion that this be deferred, but I'd like to speak to the deferral motion, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm just going to check with the director the timeliness of when we have to respond to the relevant department for this grant.
Yeah. So it's we need to respond through you, Madam Mayor. We need to respond by the end of this month, and these are projects that we had already identified that we required funding for, and that's why the projects are here. You will also note that the projects are heavily water and sewer funded, and we were given very late notice from the Honourable Wendy Tuckerman about this money becoming available, and scoping more detailed into these projects can happen because we have until 2025 to do the projects. What we did need to do was present a list. So if we take a look at the projects that we listed there, the Barragong Creek rehabilitation works, we do have an outline of what the works entails, and that is rehabilitating that creek because the creek has deteriorated significantly. The Young telemeter water metering, we run our water system on telemetry. What that means is the telemetry tells us what is the level in the reservoir, when the reservoir should be filled up, when the reservoir is getting low. If the reservoir drops too much, we know that we've got a leak and we have to attend it immediately. So it's a remote system. We don't have a lot of staff, so we rely heavily on telemetry, which is an electronic system that we use that monitors all our assets and tells us what's going on in the assets. That area is getting, it's needed for renewal. And we know that that is something that we needed to look for money for, so that's why that is there. The BOOROWA pipeline design, we've discussed that. We allocated the 900,000 to various projects prior to this money becoming available. And we have been speaking very significantly with the Safe and Secure Water Program, and they're saying, you need to come up with half the money if we'll give you the other half to get this design and ready. And that's why that project is there. The BOOROWA showground bores and quality yield assessment. We do have some bores in the BOOROWA ground. We're looking for money to do some bores there and make sure that we have to do the water quality on those bores. And the Harden STP maturation ponds, that's the final stages of the treatment process at the Harden sewage treatment plant. And during the last flood events, these maturation ponds got significantly damaged. We have had to bypass one of those ponds. It's part of the treatment process. It has to go through these ponds before it can go into the creek. So those ponds are required to make sure that the quality of the effluent going into the creek, it meets the EPA standards. So we were thinking that, well, now that we have this, it is part of the storm damage that happened there. It's a project that we have been scoping up and that there is a need for that. The further one The last one, which is a further investigation into flood mitigation works in HARDEN, MURRUMBURRAH and BOOROWA. We do have some flood studies. We will lift some projects out of those flood studies. So we have current flood studies for those 3 areas. So we're not going to do a whole new investigation or whatever. What we're going to do is go back to those flood studies and see what the recommendations are and progress a project out of those studies to move forward with that. That was the thinking behind this, because we had identified projects. We had a short time frame, not due to us, but due to the letter from the Honourable Wendy Tuckerman, and we had to list them. We have time to scope these projects to make sure that they're fully detailed and costed. We only need to deliver these in 2025, but they were looking for a list. I'm more than happy to take further suggestions. I know there was a suggestion for stormwater, which we attempted to capture there. Whether we've captured appropriately, that's the feedback we're looking for.
Thank you for that. Could you please elaborate and explain to councillors what you plan to spend the $900,000 on?
The plan, I don't have it in front of me now, Councillor Ingram.
Do you have the costings?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. The projects that we've scoped, we have costed them, and that's what we've applied to the funding. I don't have that detail with me tonight.
So you're telling me you've scoped projects for that complete $900,000?
That's correct.
And what are they?
I said I don't have them on me tonight.
So you've allocated $1 million and you've scoped it, but you can't tell me what it's on.
Question 3, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
This is
Councillor Armstrong.
the $938,000 that remains in that BOOROWA redevelopment fund. You've got a project scope for. That what you're telling us?
Yes.
When was council made aware of those projects?
Council is going to be receiving a paper. We are busy with the costings, and we will be bringing a paper to the council in March.
So
it hasn't gone through.
They haven't been allocated at all. In actual fact, there are no allocated projects for that $938,000. You have plans to come to the council with it. Thank you very much. That clears the matter up.
Funding is still available.
The funding is still available. That's what it means. Councillors, I am just absolutely gobsmacked that here we are. We've received a fantastic allocation for disaster recovery funding, and we are overlooking the flooding disasters and the inundations that we've had through the latter part of the second half of last year. Entirely, the bulk of these funds, save the $150,000 for the Harden STP maturation ponds, realistically are being spent on anything other than disaster recovery, it would appear. To my mind, the best value for our communities is to take action to flood-proof or to mitigate the outcomes in another rain event or series of rain events such as we had towards the end of last year. To go and spend $50,000 on bore yields and quality assessments really isn't doing anything in regards to overcoming the disability that flooding and those style of events are going to create. Now, there is no shortage of project areas, certainly in Young, that can handle the spending, and my own preference would be to finalise the piping of the railway drain. The only section that's not done is the section that continually floods the CBD of Young with anything up to 600 millimetres of stormwater. There is instances of flooding at Harden. Councillor Statmiller has apprised council of flooding issues on a number of occasions, as has Councillor Flannery. I don't need to discuss the flooding at BOOROWA because very, very clearly there is a huge issue there. This funding won't go through to overcoming them all, but it's certainly going to help us do something for our communities. We've got $930,000 left there, but we can still, if the pipeline design now and environmental assessment is so crucial at this stage, when there is no fund, I'll say it again, no funding available to build a pipeline, then there's nearly $940,000 to fund that. That can be done. So if that's a step, we've got money there to do it. But for heaven's sake, put this money where it's needed.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you for that, Councillor Armstrong. As a way forward, given in the timing, maybe this is a simplistic approach, and I will ask for confirmation from the director. Notwithstanding the work that's done about identified these projects for the reasons that are outlined, potentially the use of this money, given from what I heard at the briefing, if we were to design, given the intent is very simply to use the whole of the money in relation to stormwater mitigation across Hilltops, and because we have that time to identify, you've already identified the train areas, the areas in Harden that you spoke of, would councillors feel far more comfortable that that is the intent, that what this money would be used for, and bring through, and then bring to another meeting to affirm how we allocate it. But for the purposes of the document, we articulate that we're going to use it in all the key critical areas of stormwater. Does that fit with your understanding, Director? Yes. So, Councillor, does that fill out?
I'm happy with council makes the decision, not me.
No. I'm putting this into everyone, councillors, as in what I've heard is these particular projects, from what I've heard is there's a more immediate need from your understanding, and put it to the floor, as in that blanket stuff is, let's look at all of those key areas of stormwater where there is flooding from those areas, to deal with those and do mitigation work within that.
And obviously when it comes to the Harden sewage treatment plant, maturation ponds, if we're in a situation where we can't hold our effluent for the statutory period, and we're exposed to risk of fine or penalty, then that's obviously one that needs to be included as part of it.
But that would be included in the blanket.
Through you, Madam Mayor.
Yes,
I support Councillor Ingram and Councillor Armstrong. I was gobsmacked when I saw this, and it's not anything to do with the need for work on Boorowah Pipeline, because clearly we need to do work. But as we know, we don't have one dime to fund that. And even there, when we discussed depreciation earlier, and as boring as it is, if that pipeline gets built, Boorowah ratepayers have got to pay for the cost of that pipeline. There is no such thing as a grant. A grant is to give you money and you've got to get it back from ratepayers, whether we like to hear that or not. So if that pipeline gets built, the ratepayers of Boorowah will be paying that grant back to the government. So to go and allocate $500,000 for a project that I would say is at least 10, if not 20 years away, when we have immediate issues with stormwater. We've been discussing ad nauseum a road, and if it doesn't fit into disaster recovery, I'm not sitting here. I mean, if we don't, there's another item later in the confidential section that deals with a $600,000 cost differential. If we do that project and don't do it properly, that'll be a disaster. There are plenty of things that fit the category of disaster, but the pipeline's not one of them. I think to the point of not knowing, but flood investigation work, if we need that so that we can carry out the required remedial work, and so be it. We as councillors rely on staff to provide guidance on where money is best spent. But when governments are handing out millions of dollars, and ratepayers, when we get storms, and we get storms as frequently and as damaging in droughts as we get them in wet years. So if we as councillors don't allocate that money for what the ratepayers suffer, I think we're a bunch of fools. And we need to put the money where it's needed.
Madam Mayor,
yeah, Councillor Parker.
I think everyone here knows how passionate I am about trying to get water for Boorowah. But this $500,000, I agree with the councillors that have spoken up so far, should be spent in flood investigation to try and stop it. When and if we get, say tomorrow, we get money for the pipeline, Golden Fields, in conjunction with our council, will do the investigation and design of the pipeline. So why are we hanging on to $500,000 now, even if we get the money tomorrow, which Councillor Flannery, and I'm not that far away from agreeing with him, will be a number of years away before we get it.
Thank you, Councillor Pop.
Through you, Madam Mayor. And again, the recommendation is adopt the proposed. Well, what I'm hearing is adopted, giving some of the conversation is the Boorowa pipeline design comes out, the further investigations into flood mitigation comes out, alleviating 700,000. And if we go back to 700,000 towards stormwater mitigation, for want of a better word, as a catch-all across Hilltops, and that list come back to council because we have time to then how we allocate that money, but that's a direct part. The rehabilitation work, the telemetered work, the bores and the saturation ponds, the councillors are comfortable, and this is collectively, you're comfortable that those things for this money that otherwise we would not have, they're fit for purpose.
I'm not comfortable with the telemetry. I mean, I've got $1,800 of telemetry on 12 tanks on my farm for $1,800. I don't know where the 50,000 comes from. But in the bore investigation, I've had a business here in Young do bore investigations for $12,000. So, I mean, I'm not happy with those amounts.
Well, okay, councillors. And again, I don't want to get into the minutiae. I think that the sentiment is we're going to move a lot more money towards the stormwater mitigation. What leads to this? I'll ask the director from the items that are there, given the comments from Councillor Flannery, the 500,000 to 200,000 dedicated to stormwater. Please talk through for the councillors for them to decide to assist them in the decision about the merit of those items that remain, of the 50, the 50, the 500 and the 150. Director, Councillor Stadmiller, do you have a question or a comment?
Yeah, just a question for the director. I spoke with the general manager of Golden Fields approximately within the last 10 days at length, and there was no discussion about any funding from Golden Fields end towards the pipeline. I'm just wondering what conversations have been had for council staff to decide that $500,000 be directed at that project. Obviously, like the rest of the councillors, I'm fully supportive of seeing Boorowa residents receive great drinking water, but just unclear on where those conversations have come and how that's rather large amounts ended up in the business paper here. We have a Golden Fields meeting tomorrow, so I can double check with the GM.
Yep. So sure. Through you, Madam Mayor, that it's silent between Golden Fields and the Hilltops Council about who would ultimately pay, own, operate any pipeline. Golden Fields did contribute some money to some plans early on. That's where we're at. There is no commitment from Golden Fields to fund anything further, is my understanding. Councillor Piper, you may have different information, but I certainly don't have information where they've made a commitment to fund it. So that's not on the table. The pipeline design and environmental assessment was to progress that project. Nothing more, nothing less. I think it's very clear that there's not the support at this time to go forward with that. Let's just take that off the table. Councillor Stadmiller, have I answered your question? Thank you. All right. So Director,
Mr. General Manager, just to clarify your last statement, I think that the belief is there that it could still be done, the design and environmental assessment. It's just the money for it come out of a different fund. It can come out of $930,000, not out of this $1 million.
Sorry, in no way I wanted to. Absolutely correct. Is there would be consideration for a different source of funding. So, Director, just please go through the needs of those ones that are not the 500 and 200, and then councillors can.
Just to close off on the pipeline discussion, this is to do only the design, environmental works and geotechnical surveys, and this is driven by DPE. Had the risk rating of the Boorowa pipeline upgraded in terms of water security rather than anything else. So that they have a grading system that says if anything is above 1, then they will look at co-funding, design, investigations because it's above a 1. The rating was above a 1, not because of the water quality matters, but because of the security issues. And they said, we would fund half of that, but you have to find the other half. But just to give some context as to how we're going to, because what we want to do is get to a point where we are shovel ready. And that is an opportunity to access funds. I accept the fact that that's off the table tonight. We will go back and revisit the 946, and Councillor Armstrong, you're correct. When I said allocated, I meant identified. It was always the intention to bring those projects back to council. That's saved some report writing on this side, because I know that I'm not going to bring those projects. I'm going to bring a very different project when I bring that 946 back here. Yeah. So going through the list, the Burrowong Creek rehabilitation, the creek is quite degraded, and that was an opportunity to do that. And look, if that is not something that the councillors want to consider now, but I do think that it is part of the flood mitigation. The creek has been degraded. The stormwater has actually eroded the creek significantly. And if we don't do something on that creek, it is actually going to go worse, and it's going to be a more environmental harm than it is currently.
Can I ask a question? It's 50,000 enough to do the work on it.
It is enough just to secure the banks, etc. So that's what that was like an emergency measure. The telemetry, this telemetry is across the entire Hilltops region. In other words, we can see from anywhere in the network what's happening at the Young Sewage Treatment Plant from the Harden office. We can see what's happening in BOOROWA. We can see what's happening in Young. It's an extensive network. It's not only 1 or 2 level probes in a tank. It is actually a network that goes across the entire Hilltops region. It services all of the water and sewer infrastructure, which includes water reservoirs, which is critical infrastructure for us. We really need to know what's happening at that infrastructure. It's a very complex system. It's a SCADA-driven system, and we have a firm that actually keeps us up to date to make sure that our telemetry is working correctly. We had a moment with the Young Reservoir, and the first thing we did was we went into the telemetry system, we interrogated the telemetry system, we looked at date and time stamps of what the levels were at the reservoir at the time, when the levels started changing. And what we were able to do with the system is to go back and trend for the same period and the same time the previous year to see what those trends were doing and match those trends to what is happening now. So it is a very sophisticated system. It has a history, and we have certain levels of people that can log in. Some people can just look, other people can do minute changes, but you can actually from a computer change levels in the tank, change the operating hours of the pump. So that's what that system is. And it is something that is really the lifeblood of running the water and sewer across here. And when we get into a disaster area, and while we were thinking about it here, is if we flood it out and we can't get to that treatment plant, we can actually sit on the computer and say, well, what are our problems, and start doing mitigation measures from a remote point. So it is a remote access point, and it tells us what's happening across our networks, and that's why we put that one in. So I would prefer that one stays in. The pipeline we've discussed, the showground bores, that was a project that we do need to have some money there, but look, for $50,000, I'm not Harden sewage treatment plant. That's definitely something that is a disaster mitigation measure. We really need to have those ponds fixed, and that was through the last flood. I was there recently, and there's quite a lot of devastation on that treatment plant. It's a very simple treatment plant, so you take one process element out, and you really are impacting on your ability to treat the water satisfactorily. And then the further investigations of the flood mitigation. So what I'm hearing tonight, we could look at from the 3 flood studies we have, from the already identified things, we could get together projects for that money to then put forward and say it is flood mitigation for the 3 towns, and we can scope it up a little bit better when we've got a little bit more time to do so, because we only need to deliver it in 2025.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd just like noted that I'm a one for the bird in the hand, so I'd love to see that 500,000 go towards department. I'll just putting it out there.
We are in the committee of the whole, so it's open discussion. Councillor Ingram.
I'm just going to suggest, I don't know any more discussion, a recommendation that could be put to council when we come out of committee. That the proposed projects for the application for the green funding that are listed below. The Young Barragon Creek stays. The second one goes. Third one goes. I'd let the bore one go because I've just heard from staff member a moment ago how it's already been hooked up to the tanks and everything must be going pretty good. So I can't see the value there. The STP at Harden, of course, stays in. And the 200, so the 200,000, the 500,000 and the 50,000 from the bore, that be putting one line to the $750,000 be used for flood mitigation in the Hilltops Council area.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think that the telemetered watering.
It's your microphone again.
Should stay.
Jim, I said it.
Oh, it's in?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay.
Can I ask a question of the director? My reading of the documents attached to the recommendation indicates that you have to reply very soon at the end of the month saying we're going to do it this way. Then the money's sent. Then you have 3 months to come up with specific works. So we don't really have to specify even at this time the specific works. We've got a few months to look them up.
So these were through you, Madam Mayor, these were specific works, and so the Young Barragon Creek. Correct me here, Councillor Ingram, but just and again, it's not totally up to you. But Barragon Creek, the telemetered water, and the maturation ponds, and then stormwater mitigation, practical physical work. That is what we will respond by the time, and then the further 3 months. The first 3 projects are set and fully scoped. Then it's the full list that we would bring back to council. So these are the areas that we've identified for your consideration, and then the council votes again. What would be good is that we be able to send a draft minute to the application, attaching it to the thing saying these are the ones that were resolved by council to put money towards. That ticks that box, and then we have time to flesh out the 700,000 or whatever the 200, 650, the amount for the rest. And I'm an accountant, so that's shameful. Councillor Ingram.
I'm just going to say we'd like to move out of committee.
Before we do, Madam Mayor, look, I generally support what's been put forward by Councillor Ingram. I think we should definitely go ahead with Barragon Creek. The Young telemetry perhaps should have been described as Hilltops telemetry. And then I would have thought if it could have been worded as disaster recovery projects in the Hilltops Council, which include but are not limited to things such as Maringo Gap Road. You could list a number of items that need doing, and perhaps, we need to allocate $50,000 to Maringo Gap Road for a start. The board, BOOROWA, if you have a sporting complex, and we don't have the water system at BOOROWA that we do have in Harden or Young, that is dependent on a bore, yes, it's good to know the yields and what the quality of it's like, but we've been through some pretty ordinary droughts, and I've never known the sporting facilities there to go totally without water. It's certainly been limited in line with all the water restrictions that we've had, but I've never known them to say the bore is running dry or that there's been any concerns about it. I think you can actually put a new bore down for 50,000. So coming to the point of spending more money on consultants, unless we have an urgent belief that we need to put a new bore down, then how about we just put a new bore down? But surely we can put forward a list of projects which state, by and large, what needs to occur and say include but not limited to, and then bring it back to council for some finalisation.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the capsule, we've captured your comments and suggestion. With the stormwater mitigation, that is by sides of roads and those parts because the stormwater, a lot of the areas in which the director already talked about is some of the challenges of Maringo Gap Road is because the stormwater, the guttering beside it, it fits within that. So we can bring that list and a fulsome list for you to decide. But if we capture it then just through stormwater, we capture that list. You can make decisions tonight. However, the sentiment is I'd like to bring it back for everyone to discuss about all of the roads. But it's in your hands.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. I think focusing on drainage will bring a lot of resilience into our network. So certainly, if we brand it now as stormwater management, it can be not the bitumen or pavement that you're going to be doing, but actually the stormwater management on either side of the roads. That's something that we could consider in terms of whole of stormwater management.
It's actually, and I've pointed out a number of times, one of the biggest problems with our roads is just the runoff.
Yeah. So
I'll move that we come out of committee now.
okay, seconder. All right, we're out of committee.
All those in favour?
All those in favour, thank you.
So thank you, Councillor Ingram. So you are the mover of the motion in the first instance, and Councillor Flannery, you are the seconder of the motion. So the wording is now on screen. So that yes, we can. Yes. Okay, so that council, I think the recommendation would be A, council receive and note the report. B, adopt the proposed projects as following, being the Young Burragon Creek Rehabilitation Works $50,000. Hilltops. Thank you. Hilltops Telemetry. That's the second line there. Yep, that one. Hilltops Telemetered Water Metering Works, $50,000. HARDEN STP Maturation Ponds Assessment Armouring, $150. Stormwater Mitigation in Hilltops Area, $750. And then C, a report be brought back to council to determine the allocation of the stormwater mitigation allocation, and D, delegate authority to execute all necessary documentation associated with the disaster recovery funding arrangements, category D. Obviously, that is subject to C. It just allows me to get on with the paperwork that you have approved. Councillor Ingram, are you satisfied with that?
I'm happy with that. Thank you, Mr. General Manager.
Councillor Flannery? Thank you. Okay, I'll just check with our minute people. Are we okay?
Ask the question. I presume if we're saying the stormwater mitigation in Hilltops, then we have enough documentation that we would be able to fill in the application.
Yes. Yes, we can certainly talk about, we'd be able to use some of the suggestions about the damage to the roads across the network. We have multiple examples. There would be, dare I say, Lamers Air roads, Maringo Gap Road, Milrow Road, various Double Road. There's a whole. We could certainly have examples that they're there that we can bring back before you, and certainly provide to the provider. So,
Madam Mayor, is this finding an opportunity to do things like around the flooding that was in Harden and flooding that was up here that are more around those drainage things rather than road? Because would those sort of areas be available to be used? Would road funding be able to be used for those, or is it better that we look at some of the things that wouldn't qualify for road funding, that where there is flooding?
Stormwater doesn't necessarily mean a pipe under a road. Stormwater is the drainage around the road, etc. So we can massage that to make sure we get the biggest bang for the buck for the community in relation to that. Director, do you have anything to add to that?
When we talk about disaster recovery, so when we get money for roads, they do disaster recovery, and when you are in disaster recovery, you have to prove the precondition of the road, and then you bring it up to the standard it was, and not better, just like for like. Most of our roads, and this is a legacy matter, most of our roads do not have drainage on them. So when we get disaster recovery funding for roads, we have to do like for like. As I said earlier, I want to build some resilience in our road network by adding some drainage to it. And that's where the stormwater definition could maybe be be put in as part of the mix, which we have 3 months to clarify and bring back to council.
Okay, can I ask very quickly?
Yes, Councillor Mackie.
When we talk about, cleaning up and things after the storm and floods, would that include, this is just something else I observed the other day, the Boorrowa River. It looks like it's sort of been dammed up by a lot of the debris that's gone down the river, and it's very stagnant, just sort of near the bridge. So would that sort of money cover that? Plus, because it was all flooded, a lot of the trees have got under limbs that have just sort of fallen down, and it looks pretty ordinary. But I am more concerned about the river, that potentially if we got another storm, it would flood because the water actually can't move down the river.
Well, the cleanup of the trees, etc., is part of the disaster recovery. So the disaster recovery that we're allowed to apply for has to exceed, what's it, 290? Sorry, there's a limit, but we don't clean up after a storm. We can claim that through a different disaster recovery fund, as long as it exceeds a certain value. That we do in any way. The flood proofing and stormwater management is probably what we're referring to here to use this money for, if I'm understanding it correctly.
All right.
Maybe we're out of committee of the whole, Madam Mayor, so maybe
we have before us the motion, which is in front of you. Everybody see it? Understand? Okay. Councillor Ingram, you proposed it. Do you want to have final word?
Oh, look, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think there's been ample discussion in the room and a consensus between councillors and staff, which I appreciate. We need to get a direction tonight because of our short time span, and I think the recommendation that's been put by council fits that bill, and then we can work out the details given the time when staff have time to provide some options as to where that $750,000 may go. So I thank councillors for their input, and I'd like to see the matter put. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, we will put it to vote. So those in favour?
Against?
Against? Councillor Fitzgerald is out of the room.
That's okay. He's just out against.
Okay.
Thank
so
you.
Carried. All right. Before we go on, does anybody need to take a break?
Yes.
All right. Who'd like to move that we have about a 10-minute break?
Joe Mackey has moved, seconded by Councillor Armstrong. All those in favour? Yeah, move break. So, Councillor Piper, were you against or for that motion?
Councillors?
We're now
live. And we're on 12:16, and it's the Murrumburrah Bridge naming. The report is in front of you, and the recommendation. So moved.
Seconded.
Seconded. Any discussion? Okay, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour?
I need to congratulate staff on this. Has been I've just forgotten the name, so I have to find the page.
Reads.
Yes, Mrs. Stewart has been trying to get this in front of council for a while. So Betty Stewart, so is the sort. So it's Ron Reid, the Reid family, and I probably, along with Councillor Stadmiller, know the history of the Reid family. Located at Murrumburrah, long had the garage. They moved up to Harden actually in the, I can't remember, but I think it was the 50s. And Ron Reid was the local sort of independent mechanic, and had, an array of small business, sort of general store there, was taken over in the 90s, sold out of the Reid family, but the bridge in Murrumburrah is to be recognised after the family, and congratulate staff for bringing it to council.
Thank you, councillor Flannery. Any more comments? No? I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. The road to recovery funding. Okay. Do I have a mover? Pardon me? Where the roads to recovery funding, 1217.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move a motion.
Thank you, councillor Armstrong.
That council receive and note the report, adopt the following project allocations for the roads to recovery funding. An attachment 3, Bridbury Road 450,000. Sorry, Bridbury Road 450,000. Kalangan Road 400,000. Houstonia Road 200,000. Artist Flat Road 25,000. Frogmore Road 200,000. Back to Monterey Road 80,000. Terrace Gap FLR contribution 100,000. Andrew Road 70,000. Winebury Road 70,000. Gaylong Road intersection signage 175,996. A B, that the $91,000 gravel reshooting allocation for BOOROWA be directed to Taylor's Flat Road. And C, delegate authority of the General Manager to execute all necessary documentation associated with the roads to recovery funding.
Are you right? Is it up? We're just on the way.
Just while that's going up, can just a question of the staff on the Gaylong Road intersection. I know.
Hold on, councillor Flannery. We'll just wait till the conversation's finished over there.
So just to confirm, councillor Armstrong, the attachment 3, Bridbury Road 450, removed the 300. Well, you've increased by 150, and the 150 Alice VAT reduces to 25. All the other items are remain
exactly
the same. And the 91,000, where was that?
That's the unspent gravel roads reshooting those.
Gravel road. Unspent gravel road reshooting.
Okay, councillor Flannery.
Well,
we're interrupted.
I'll just ask councillor Armstrong. So there's 150 removed from the Taylor's Flat Road, which has been subbed in by 91,000 from the unspent vote.
Plus 25.
25.
Yep. And then that is pushing up 150 onto Bridbury Road.
Yes.
Correct. Just to the director, so Gaylong Road on the page 242 beside it has a, I'm not too sure if it's a budget allocation of 100,000 or it says value, but I assume that's budget allocation of 100,000. We've spent 41,000, remaining 58,000. But this came to council some months ago, and I think there's so there's obviously outstanding work of 175,000, or is there outstanding work of 200 and quick maths, Matt, that'll be 232,000, 233,000.
Sorry.
Is that correct?
Sorry.
So there's actually 233,000 to be spent on Gaylong Road because we've got 175,966. We have an unspent allocation of 78,768. So that takes the.
Sorry.
Yep. So that takes the total budget to be spent on Gaylong Road intersection up to 238,000 circa. Is that correct?
I haven't done that maths, councillor. So there's 59,000 still available there, unspent.
And then we're adding another 175, so I'm assuming there must be, or is that for other work? The other 58,000, is that for other work on the go?
That's 25.
Questions going on?
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillor Ingram.
What everyone's going to
It's probably a question for the finance director as much as anything, because I did point out to the finance director, actually, I can't remember if it was finance director or the general manager, because I think the finance director was absent the last meeting, that there is the ability to use section 94 funds to reallocate them from one road to another. But you have to establish a loan. And a report was going to come back to council, and the state government changed those rules circa 2014, 2 years before amalgamation.
My understanding was that section 94 that they can't be loaned in that way. I thought I had that discussion with you. Is that we found that we couldn't do that in the way it used to be. We couldn't create loans in that fashion. No.
Well, that would surprise me, because in 2014 circa, because councils were collecting section 94, but it was limiting what work they could do elsewhere, and they had big pools of kitties of money. And it actually predated that, because Bob Carr was going to bring in legislation, use it or lose it, where he threatened to take the money off councils if they didn't spend it. And the feedback was that they should be allowed to spend it on other infrastructure, only to the extent that it also had section 94 funding for the same, on the same category. So it wasn't JUGIONG mine, Gaylong mine roads. It was if you're collecting funds from the same pool for the same project, but if most of the trucks are going down X, you could spend it on Y, but only if you paid X back. And to the extent that I believe that still exists, I think it is a far better expenditure of our resources, given the money we are going to collect from the Gaylong mine. If we can collect section 94 funds, which we are, we allocate it to that, we get that intersection done. Given it's a brand new road and we'll be collecting money from day dot, we can then pay back the Gaylong road, the Limestone Way money.
I understand your reasoning, councillor. That's the advice I received, but I'll check it again. The advice I received, and I gave it to the general manager, was that we couldn't use it for that purpose, but I understand your reasoning. I'll double check it. I thought that was put in an action plan or a newsletter that we responded to that.
I understood that we'd answered that we couldn't,
I'll
use it.
that for you.
I probably missed it, but I haven't seen any advice come through that they have changed the rules, and they definitely changed the rules.
I provide the advice to general manager, but I thought it had gone in a newsletter or the action plan, but I will double check and confirm. I understand your question.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that leads into the problem with a number of questions that are asked in a council meeting in the public domain, and all of a sudden they end up in a confidential newsletter or a confidential midweek briefing. Councillors can't always make those things, and we're left in the dark, and so are the community. If the question's asked in the council meeting in the public arena, that's where it should be answered. Thank you.
Councillor Ingham, we're attempting to put all of those questions that are asked here in the action plan and answer them there. And it's in addition in the newsletter, not waiting a month to respond. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, councillor Stadmiller, you had a question?
Yes, just a quick one. I just want to clarify that when we're talking about Gaylong Road intersection, it's the intersection on the Burley Griffin Way, is it?
No, it's the Gaylong Road, Ubindal Road intersection.
Okay. I was just going to say, if there was a place that needed some money spent, it would be that intersection on the Burley Griffin Way, because there's about a 10-foot drop off when the intersection was apparently upgraded, and it needs some high tensile barriers to stop people from careering off the road as they come down the hill towards Harden. But that's irrelevant if the money's going somewhere else. Thank you.
That road actually was Gaylong Road. It's been renamed to Limestone Way, Burley Griffin Way.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just for clarification, the table in attachment 1 is because the Road to Recovery is a multi-year funding program that needs to be spent in 2024. Those amounts that are remaining, the 58,000 for Gaylong Road, has been included in the proposed Gaylong Road intersection and signage, which is the 175,966, and perhaps it's not quite clear in the paper. The 175,966 includes the remaining from this financial year. So 2021, 2022, that's what would be left, and we are allowed to carry over those remaining funds into the next year. So the Gaylong Road intersection, which I believe is the Gaylong Cunningar intersection, that's the money for that intersection, because we need to do the Cunningar intersection before we can start doing lifting the mass load limits on those roads.
The Cunningar Gaylong Road intersection was done up before they started any work on. I'd stand to be corrected, but I'm pretty sure it's a Yabindal Road because the pipes are up there on the corner of the Yabindal Road and haven't been put in. Okay. I think it's the other intersection.
I think the Cunningar Road we needed to do the sweeping angle storm for the B doubles.
Does Councillor Armstrong's motion need a seconder? I'd like to second the motion.
Through you, Madam Mayor, can I just ask a question? Is it pertinent to move that money from Taylor's Flat to the Bridbury Road? In your opinion?
I'm sorry. So you discussing?
Greg was
Councillor
asking. Yeah, Greg was asking whether 150 could come out of the Taylor's Flat and go to Bridbury. So that's 450, which left us with 25 for Taylor's Flat, plus the other 91, which still ended us up to 116. So we're still short of that 175. But you obviously, I mean, I don't know, you obviously allocated those funds because you thought.
Based on what the work we thought that needed to happen, yes.
Just on question in regard to that, Councillor, I'd suggest that the usage, given the volume and population that uses the Bridbury Road, would that how far that much of the travelling on Taylor's Flat Road, given the both the size of the council areas and the population. I'm not saying Taylor's Road doesn't need attention, but I most definitely know that Bridbury Road needs attention. $300,000, $450,000 won't be enough to touch the side. If this motion was to go through, it might even up the balance of the funding in our 3 different regions in our Hilltops Council a little bit, whereas the proposed roads to recovery allocation in attachment 3 that was given to us originally, there's 38.1% of that funding allocated to the former BOOROWA area. And I hate to be picky, but it left with 24.8% for the former Young area. So none of the staff look at those type of things, but this particular councillor does. And if you look at those allocations there, just sheer on percentages, I will tell you there's a problem. I know there's bad roads in all our areas, so that's an even base. We know there's a heap of bad roads. So I might fully support the extra $150,000 going towards the Bridbury Road. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question of Councillor Armstrong? Please?
Yes, certainly.
For what specific reasons would the extra 150,000 be used over and above what the 300,000 would be used for?
Thank you for that question, Councillor. I'll refer you back to the paper delivered to Council in September this year, last year, in which there was an assessment done on a number of roads that were in desperate need of work. At that particular stage, Bridbury Road was listed as having 37 kilometres in length and requiring more than $12 million worth of work to bring it up to a standard. It was assessed against all of the criteria and passed all of the criteria for works. Yet I'm seeing here's a road that is a major thoroughfare for both agriculture and mining, because all of the mine material from the Cosmag mines at Untitled comes back on that road, falling to pieces. It services a huge area of of our local government area, and forms a major thoroughfare that is assisted by the old Forbes Road and to some extent the Tubble Road. If you drive out the Tubble Road now, the Tubble Road's pretty crook too. But based upon staff recommendations of in excess of $12 million, I believe that $450,000 is going to make a significant difference to the worst sections, which, in my opinion, is between the Cudgel Creek and South Green Bank, a corner in round figures.
Through you, Madam Mayor, one question to you, Councillor Armstrong. With the reallocate the unspent gravel road resheeting to Taylor's flat road of 91,000, I believe it should be part of the resolution because it's a reallocation of a budget line item. I know you have mentioned it. We're just checking to make sure that it's in the words, but that it is meant to be there. So my wording is reallocate unspent gravel road resheeting to Taylor's flat of $91,000 as a C. Yep. Is that Councillor Armstrong?
Councillor Fitzgerald, just for your memory, I think you attended a local traffic advisory committee meeting on the 7th of September 2022, and on that agenda was the residents of Bridbury Road. And there are a number of items brought up. So I'm sure the LTAC, this is the September council business paper. Just fortuitously I happen to bring along. So I'm sure the LTAC committee members will be thrilled that you're supporting this.
Thank you for that. Aid to my memory, I do remember those people coming along and raising those issues, and it's important to understand specifics if we can.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, just one caveat on that $91,000. That figure is from the December quarterly unspent, the $91,000 figure that you came up with. I know we're in February, so I just want to make sure that it's the unspent funds, because we may have spent some. I just don't know that right now.
It's the unspent funds.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, that's the intent. Thank you, Councillor.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just one more question. Do we ever, so these are all tar roads, do we ever do dirt roads? Use funding to turn a dirt road or a gravel road into actual tar road? Because I'm just thinking, then when we go into our waste strategy, we have more tar roads that garbage trucks will travel on to collect the rubbish. Maybe a bit off track, but a lot of money goes on to obviously repair. I just wondered if we ever did actually dirt roads into tar roads.
I'm aware that it has happened in the past. I can't name specific examples, but it's always about what the funding agreement says. So we are guided by the funding criteria, and we go and look at where we can source projects that match those criteria to increase our possibility of getting that funding. So when it's a possibility, we definitely look at it.
I have just a question on Houstonia Road, and whilst I literally I'm aware of where it is, and it heads from BOOROWA south, basically, that back towards Vinelong, but I have no idea of the condition. It certainly, I wouldn't describe it the last time I drove it, which is probably 12 months ago. I wouldn't describe it as a good road. Could the director provide an assessment of it, please? What work is actually has been identified that is required on Houstonia Road?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't have that detail on me today. We go through all of these roads and rank them, so I don't have that specifically today.
Councillor Flannery, I would suggest it wouldn't be hard to find, given that Kalingagan Road and Houstonia Road were front and centre of a application for fixing local roads that was sent away that I actually believe you and I both voted against it and was rejected. We never got any of that funding. So it was assessed and important enough then that council wanted to allocate a heap of money to it. And here it is again. So surely the assessment of it should be pretty easy to put our hands on, I would imagine, Director.
Director, with the gravel sheeting, just because it's unspent, does that mean that it hasn't been allocated?
Well, when we do gravel resheeting, we basically prioritise the roads, and later on tonight we'll be talking about how we can actually get a better benchmark and a better baseline. We do it based on our visual inspections, etc., and that's what we do when we go out for gravel resheeting. And with the weather we've been having, there has been difficulties in actually spending all of that money. So that's where we're at the moment.
Could I have a report brought back to council on Houstonia Road, please? Before I can make, I assume this is all this funding can be subject to a reallocation. So if we can receive a report back to council at the next meeting, then perhaps whilst we might agree to the reallocation, we might get a better understanding of the work that's required.
Can we put the matter, please?
Okay. Yes.
Sorry, can I just have a clarification? So that 91,000 that we're moving doesn't necessarily have a particularly, because those roads are then missing out.
Yeah.
Okay.
That has been
asked to put the
we've
motion.
been asked to put the motion, put the matter. So I will put it to the floor. It is there before you for the roads to recovery funding. The A, B, C, and D. I'll put the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous.
Against.
Oh no, against? Mackie against. Thank you, councillors.
All right. Well, we have stormwater upgrade. The recommendation is there.
Can't hear you, Madam Mayor.
Pardon me, you can't either. The recommendation, and it was
Can
moved by Councillor Fitzgerald and second by Councillor Ingram. So, Councillor Fitzgerald, do you want to ask any questions or?
Just obviously some clarification from the general manager about loans and how we go about doing things like this, because I can't remember something like this coming up since I've been on council. Just would like clarification of how it did.
Through you, Madam Mayor, council can borrow money. Relatively, Hilltops Council has a small amount of loans relative to its balance sheet. It's just an application for a loan for a purpose over a period of time. It's as simple as that. There's nothing complex to it.
We have a specific lender we go to.
We are passed the CFO, but usually it's a request for quotes upon what interest rates we will be able to receive and what time, and we make that decision.
Mr. General Manager, look, I like to acknowledge the questions of through you, Madam Mayor, of Councillor Fitzgerald this evening, and one was on I've forgotten. There was the details of there was the STP and the terminology, I guess, in one report, and now we've got a question about borrowing money. And recently, we councillors received advice so we can get training on how we should avoid ICAC. One better way of putting it, which I think is probably quite a good idea. We have a statement of ethical obligations at the beginning of each council meeting now, as though we didn't have any ethics before we decided to become a councillor, which I find amusing. perhaps we should get some training, or there should be just some flyers sent around in our workshops that provide new councils. And I remember when I started as a councillor, there's a lot of terminology that you don't understand about FAG grants and this grant, roads to recovery grants, what it can be allocated to. It would be really good if, as councillors, we could be taught the basics, or there could be provision of information of the basics, like what grants we receive, what they can be used for, what some of the terminology is, what it means, because I just find it amusing that the first training we've been advised about, really, there certainly has been some online things, but we get training about ICAC that we don't even know, some of us don't even know what the very basis of our budgets are. So can I commend Councillor Fitzgerald for his questions, but I think it highlights a pretty big mismatch that is occurring.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I have a question in regard to this item. It's most disappointing from being someone who's been on board from the start of this project to get this mitigation to avoid the flooding in the CBD in the Young region. What is more disappointing is at the last moment, someone stumbles over a one line that says you can't use this grant money with 1.2. And that's disappointing that it wasn't stumbled on early on as opposed to the last minute. But my question is, where is the $1.2 million then if we can't put it in here? And when will it come to council so we can allocate that funding somewhere else? Or has staff already reallocated that without coming to council?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the paper does show that on the 15th of February, we were advised on the final outcome about whether we could use the 1.2 million. The 1.2 million went to council. It was in Wickham Lane. There was a $1.2 million allocation for stormwater, and at the council meeting, and there is a business paper that says if we don't need to loan the money, we will then use the $1.2 million from Wickham Lane, which is LRCIP funding, and that hasn't been reallocated because this has been newly sprung on us. We haven't reallocated that LRCIP money at all. We just flagging that we cannot, for reasons that's detailed in the paper, use that LRCIP money for this purpose.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the question to Councillor Ingram then, given the decision was in relation to, it was a resolution of council for the LRCIP funding to be used for Wickham Lane, potentially we could use this motion here to reaffirm that that money is to be used for that. Alternatively, it comes back to council for a reconsideration of Wickham Lane.
I would like to think that would come back to council given the time that's passed in between and the works that have happened at Wickham Lane. Thank you. To refresh all councillors and maybe have some other options there. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Armstrong.
Question to the General Manager, through you, Madam Mayor. $1.6 million just slips off the tongue. How will the loan be serviced given the dire financial position of the general fund?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it would continue to be as we have serviced the deficit before. It would just become from revenue, and if we're in a position where it is such dire that we do not have the cash available, a further report will come back to council.
So it'll be serviced out of internal reserves. Is that what you're telling me?
That's correct. Well, revenue, money coming through, yes.
Any more questions? I'll put it to the floor. Those in, pardon me, Councillor Stadmiller.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This really concerns me because it comes down to governance that we had a staff member receive a formal letter of offer and a funding agreement was provided as stated in this part of the business paper. And the grant funding deed has been signed and returned to the funding body. It's a huge project. If we turn to the next page, entitled $8.2 million, and someone's missed the part where we can't use the the $1.2 million. It's just mind-boggling that someone would sign something and not understand or read the part of the deed when they're dealing with millions and millions of dollars. That money can't be used, and we're now finding ourselves in a position where we have to potentially loan $1.6 million. Is anyone else around the table trying to work out how this has happened and how it was missed? Because I can't accept the second paragraph from the bottom. This is the first time during the project's application that this statement has been made. Surely we can go back to DPE and beg at the door again to do something about this. What was going through the person's mind who signed this? Was it a lack of knowledge or care or due diligence? What's going on here to put us in this situation?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we were always, as I explained when we first ventured into this, it's the final bottom line about what we could do, and it's it is in the deed. We were always going to have to find an additional 400,000 when we approved to go forward. It was not found. We would seek other types of funding. That was the comment at the time. Seeking that other funding became we had to find 1.2. Given the conversations that we'd had with all government departments up until the time when we received the deed, all indications were that we could use the funding. And that's why we did approach the relevant government funding agency, and they've basically made it very clear to us is our understanding was not the case, and basically they've put to us is either you are willing to go ahead and find the money yourselves, as I indicated we would have to loan fund it, or the project does not go ahead. Thank you.
Just one more thing. Look, I'm upset about the interest that this is going to cost on $1.6 million to the residents and ratepayers of Hilltops for a stuff up. I'd like to know how much it's going to cost us in interest.
That will depend on the interest rate that we can secure after that process through the loans.
All right, thank you for those comments. I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? What haven't I done?
All right, so Councillor Ingram, Councillor Foreman, Councillor Fitzgerald, Councillor Rolls, Councillor Hewson, Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Dodd. Those against, Councillor Dodd, Councillor Fitzgerald, sorry, Councillor Flannery, Councillor Piper.
It's getting late. It's getting late. You want to do it again?
Yeah, so the four was Councillor Ingram, Foreman, Fitzgerald, Rolls, Hewson, Armstrong, and Dodd. Those against was Councillor Mackey, Councillor Flannery, Councillor Piper, and Councillor Stadmiller.
The motion passes. All right, thank you. Thank you, Councillor.
Madam Mayor, can I request the General Manager bring to the next council meeting a paper in regards to our opportunities for asset conversion?
Yeah.
To convert from a current fixed asset to a current asset.
Okay.
Thank you.
You got that, General Manager? Thank you.
You might also be able to bring a paper back, Councillor Stadmiller, that will show that 60% of any borrowing and repayments will be made by the people that will be utilising the benefits of that money being spent in the township of Young.
Thank you, Councillor Ingram. Right, let's move on to 1219, Capital Works Cost Report. Do I have a mover? Do I have a mover?
You have moved capital back.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Fitz. And a seconder.
Do we have a seconder for the capital works?
Councillor Piper. Okay, it's on page 282. All right. Yes. Councillors, thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Armstrong. All right. 1219 capital costs report, capital works cost report. We have a mover and a seconder. Do we have any comments?
Just one question to start. I think I asked about a couple of meetings ago and I was told that it had occurred. We received a grant. We received money and we chose to use the grant money for the upgrade of street lighting from incandescent to LED. And I think I was told that it had been completed or was in the process of being completed, but a report would be brought back to council, including the cost savings. Has all the streetlight program, I think from memory it was 890,000 the estimated cost. Can we be advised of where that program's up to, and do we know the cost reductions as a result, the reduction in electricity costs as a result?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, the program has been going on. It hasn't been finalised, and we don't at this point in time have the total savings, because that was the reallocation of LLCRP funding. I remember it well, Councillor. So yes, we're progressing. We haven't finalised that. That project hasn't fully been closed off, and we'll need to spend some time wait, and then only can we finalise what the savings are.
And then a report come back to council.
And then a report will come back to council.
Thank you.
So have we received the LR? And the reason I actually asked the question was because of the $1.2 million of LRC IP money we can't spend now on the stormwater. Have we received the grant? So is it part of our cash reserves?
The CFO 3. I'll need the CFO for.
I believe so, Councillor Foney, but I'll double check that for you. But I believe we've received it, yes.
Would it be too late to use that LRC IP money for the stormwater works that we voted to borrow the money from?
Well, we've been told that we can't. I'll hand the general manager. We've been told we can't use LRC IP on federally funded grants
of any project.
We can't use any grant funding.
Yeah, that's the
in relation to
just received.
it.
Yeah, sorry.
No.
Okay, I'll put it to the floor. Any Councillor Armstrong?
Question relates to the capital works schedule. I'm just wondering why it takes 12 months to replace the roof or undertake the works at the young preschool roof and gutter repairs, the BOOROWA Museum floor replacement, and the Stronger Communities Fund HARDEN Museum extension. They're all scheduled to take 12 months, along with a lot of other projects in there that including the JUGIONG pool disabled toilet, fair enough, but the JUGIONG vacuum replacement program is also going to take 12 months. I'm at a gog that anything is going to take 12 months to do. It's not something like Murrumbullrah Creek. So can I please get some clarification on why it's going to take 12 months to replace the gutters on the repair the roof and replace the gutters at the young preschool?
Thank you. CFO, are you up to talk?
Really going to defer to the general manager. My understanding is that they've approached us, they put in for a grant, and we're still waiting, and we'll have to follow that up. We're still waiting on hearing whether in fact they've received that grant. And that's probably prior to Christmas, I think, when we met with them.
And I believe one of the other projects you talked about is the BOOROWA Museum. We've got, yep. There are some projects I'm aware of and some are not, and some of the projects I know that we've gone out for requests for expressions of interest, requests for quotes, etc. And we're not receiving any feedback at all. So it's if we're not scheduling, we're allowing that amount of time to either try to get to ourselves or to try to engage someone to do it. But we're having difficulties engaging people to do it. For instance, and given that it's capital work, I am still trying to get someone to quote on to clean this building, let alone the repairs to this building, but to clean this building, and we can't get anyone to quote on it because it involves scaffolding, and I'd like to consider the actual repairs, etc., and so forth. I want to bring that back, but we can get no one at all to even look at it.
Question through, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Ingram.
Just in regard to it's another one of those columns that runs for 12 months, but it's the Harden Caravan Park Camp Kitchen. But my question is in regard to, and I've asked some staff in regard to the matter, and it's having some trouble getting some answers back. But the main question is about some work that was done for some electrical upgrades back in April of 2022, and I'm told by a very reliable source, it's still not completed. Could council staff investigate whether the company that did the work has been paid in full, or do they intend to go back and complete the uncompleted work, or would a staff member like to go to the Harden Caravan Park and have an inspection of what's not been done or not finished off? I haven't personally cited it, but the person who reported to me has first-hand knowledge.
I think that's been noted. Thank you.
I have asked the same question, I think not that long, well, a couple of months ago, about the electrical work at Harden Caravan Park.
Still nothing done.
Well, hopefully we will get answer. Councillor Stedmiller.
Just a quick one. I've had a number of inquiries from families about what the play equipment will look like and how big it will be and expansive it will be in Coddington Park. Does the General Manager have a costing as to what would be spent down there yet, so I can give them an idea of the size and potential quality?
Through you, Madam Mayor, my understanding is it's intended to be sort of like for what was there. Nothing bigger than what it is, but it's certainly similar to what had existed. But I will ask the Director of Infrastructure who may be able to more fulsomely respond.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the pricing we did bring to council, obviously in confidential, the split out of what was spent on each of the items. I don't have that with me now, so I can't comment on that. And as the General Manager says, that the play equipment will be, well, the elements will be the same, but it will be compliant with the current legislation, because that play equipment in Coddington Park was old and it wasn't conforming to standards. So the equipment that will be brought back will be according to standards.
Okay, just while we're on the play equipment, I'll quickly continue. What was there was rather small and pretty boring. I think there's an expectation that if we're spending a lot of money down there, that there's going to be something more substantial than what was there. It has been pulled out and been empty for 12 months. So if we're looking at budgets and things around that precinct, that might be time to start throwing some more money at the play equipment. I don't think people are too interested in fish ladders for carp to swim upstream when there's no native fish to use the fish ladders. They'd rather see play equipment for their kids. So anyway, that's just what I'm hearing on the street. Thanks you.
Can I just jump in on that? That there was an allocation as part of the amalgamation funds, for want of a better way of putting it, and there was money to go to the play equipment at Roberts Park, and I moved a motion to get that money allocated to Coddington Park so we could get a decent set of play equipment. And my pretty distinct memory was, so then we had the Coddington Park and the Roberts Park money put together, and it should have, it was either 325,000 or 375,000, but it was that number there or thereabouts. I was remembering that was 6 years ago, so you probably buy half the equipment that you could buy now that you could buy 6 years ago. We then realised some years ago that we were going to run short of money So I suggested that they keep some of the, and I moved it in council, and the now mayor said, no, we've got to have new equipment because the old equipment was tardy. It was only about 10 or 12 years old, because I remember being on Harden Council when they voted for the last lot of equipment. So I would hope that we haven't thrown out the old equipment, because we may well need it. And I would also support Councillor Stadmiller's comments that part of the reason we're upgrading this park was to get some more substantial play equipment. There was 2 swings there that were out of date. There was a trapeze there that was fine. There was a small climbing apparatus that the understanding was that would be upgraded to a bigger one, but to end up with what we've got, I think would be more than disappointing. It would be some pretty ordinary management, but there is an allocation for play equipment. But like our materials costs, I'd say it's not going to buy us much anymore.
Just to remind councillors, the decision was made at the 22nd of June 2022 for the allocation where we got to at that point. So it's a set figure, and the tender's been it's been put out and it's done and it's operable. And I know that all the play equipment was ordered some months ago, and it's many months. So although costs have escalated now, they've been on a boat. So yeah, it's going to be new and good.
They have allocated now, but that play equipment money was allocated in 2016.
In 2022, that's where the ultimate allocation was. Thank you, councillor.
Okay, thank you, councillors.
Question.
Councillor Armstrong and then councillor Stadmiller.
In regard to green waste, can someone please advise at what point green waste becomes an asset? Because we bring it to account as in our capital program, $20,000 for green waste processing at Victoria Street landfill, Victoria Street Resource Recovery Centre, and at the BOOROWA Waste Management Waste Depot tip restoration. We've also got green waste processing in our capital works program. So if I could just be advised at what point green waste becomes an asset and its value on the books, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think those line items refer to the equipment that's going to be used for processing the green waste. Yes.
Perhaps I suggest that be added to it, because the words green waste processing. So, apologies to Councillor Stadmiller. The words green waste processing to me convey the processing of green waste, not the purchase of machinery to process green waste.
Processing,
Madam Mayor, processing. I could ask a school teacher if that was the correct word or not.
No, I was just saying, instead of saying processing, you're talking about having something that processes. That's what you're
further up. Green waste processing. So I'm just, if it's for equipment, can we have equipment in there rather than what the equipment's going to be used for?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that comment is noted, and we will add some more clarification along that line item.
Thank you. And Councillor Stadmiller.
Yeah, just to answer one of Councillor Flannery's questions there before, I think the outdoor staff with some heavy machinery, some of the boys on the backhoes on the front end loaders, actually, probably under direction went straight in and sort of ripped the equipment out. So it's as good as stuffed. I sort of witnessed the end of it. So I don't think there's any way that can come back. I do recall that we had a meeting there where we realised we didn't have enough funds for the majority of the precinct project down there, so we delegated to the general manager to deliver that project. So I'm curious as to why the play equipment would have been on a boat months ago and we'd have it sort of turning up before that announcement was made. So that's got me a little confused, but make no mistake about it, we need to seriously look at this. The play equipment at BOOROWA near the council chambers, I believe the figure might have been $800,000 to $900,000 with soft fall. It attracts people from other towns. I've taken my own children there myself. We're going to be the laughing stock of the Hilltops area and the surrounding region if we improve this creek, and we have a great car park and viewing platform for the silos. And when we get 3 or 4 kids on the play equipment, there's going to be no more room. So I just want all the councillors to think now what we're going to do to overcome this, and the budget's going to have to increase, so we're going to have to add on to this equipment. It's simply not going to be good enough. And I agree with Councillor Flannery.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Councillor Stedner.
No, Mayor, question for Finance Director. Has council, or could a report be brought back to council on the cost benefit analysis of council purchasing a crushing plant? Because one of the key reasons that we haven't been able to get our gravel resheeting program done is because we struggle for contractors to be here to do it for one reason or another, sometimes because they don't get run out. But gravel crushing plants, I think that was admitted by council staff previously. They haven't been able to get contractors here. So a gravel crushing plant would potentially be an asset to council. Could we have a report come back to council on purchasing a gravel crushing plant that we could utilise around our pits?
Shudder.
Thank you. All right, let's put this to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. All right, let's move quickly on to 1220, media releases and Office of Local Government circulars. Thank you. Fitzgerald and who was it? Foreman. We'll get you next. Okay. Any discussion? No, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous. 1222, am I right?
1221.
1221. Pardon me. 1221 committee reports.
291.
So moved.
So 292 for pages for 1221.
Okay.
That's Dadmiller, Fitzgerald.
I'll put in to the floor. All those in favour? Okay, unanimous. Thank you.
Question of the chair of the Hilltops Council Local Traffic Advisory Committee meeting. Has there been anything further done on Cusacks Road signage?
Let me. I believe that has been looked at, but I don't know whether anything's been done. I'll get back to you with detail when I can.
Okay.
We have the recommendation here. Do I have to do that?
Question, General Mr. Manager, a report came to council regarding the purchase or the sale of the old visitor information centre at HARDEN, MURRUMBURRAH, sorry, and it hasn't come back since. The evaluation was done. I wasn't at the council meeting or that particular segment of the council meeting when it was brought, but I know there's some very unhappy campers in town.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the issue is there was a market appraisal done, not a full valuation. So we are now trying to engage a valuer, qualified valuer, to value the building. So a report can be brought to council. And once again, we are having hard time securing that. I will pass to the CFO. Have we got someone now?
No, we haven't.
No.
I'm actually engaging with our lawyers. The firm, I can't remember their name, that was on the list, on the government list. Person's unavailable for about 9 months. Another value was not available for a couple of months. And so I've got the lawyers actually just they've got a firm in Wagga they think that might be able to help us. So still waiting. Quite extraordinary, but still waiting.
It is extraordinary. What's extraordinary about it actually is that this building was donated to council by the Kruger Trust for council to use as a visitor information centre. We've had an appraisal done of it. We're not happy with the appraisal. And the Kruger Trust want to buy it back, something they donated to council. They want to buy back as a history museum. And we can't sell it because the general manager is not happy about.
I need to correct you there, councillor. We prepared a report based upon the market appraisal, but technically it was alerted to us that it was not a full valuation. So I've sought to remedy that, and I am unable to get a valuer.
Are you prohibited from selling something that doesn't have a valuation but does have an appraisal?
Yes.
You must have a valuation.
You must have a valuation, independent valuation, to bring before you.
And does that have to be on the government list? I noticed you said that.
No, it doesn't need to be. The reason we use the government list is that we can just get a request for quote from them. It doesn't need to be a tender or anything more. If we go outside that scope, it's a procurement issue. We have to go further afield. That's the reason why we use the panels, is because it's easier for procurement and speedier. However, people on that list are just simply not available.
So how did it, if you must have a valuation, how did it actually ever get to council if you needed a valuation and not an appraisal? I mean, what's the process that was misunderstood to get it here in the first place?
At that time, we believed an appraisal was sufficient, but it was pointed out that it wasn't, and then we clarified that it wasn't, and that was take full responsibility for that. But now we bring it back. But again, we cannot get a valuer.
Which, if it is what it is, it's disappointing, but I find it hard to believe. I mean, I managed to get a valuer for a property down the South Coast with a week's notice, so perhaps we just need to search a bit further and wide. But it's particularly disappointing. An asset in the Harden community, being war memorabilia, is looking for a home, and an organisation, a charitable organisation, have offered to buy a building that they donated in the first place. Surely we can get a resolution to this.
And that's what you're working on.
My hands are tied, councillor. I need a full independent valuation, and we're searching the field. If councillors are aware, we can do it. However, I counsel against that actually, because you need to be independent when you vote upon it. So you can't be that. So unfortunately, I'm stymied. I must have an independent valuation. And as the CFO has just advised, 9 months out is the best we're getting.
So what are we achieving by going to the solicitors? I mean, they're not valuers.
So no. They were I in a conversation with another matter, just asked them, I said, have you got any knowledge of any valuers? I'm just waiting on them coming back to me. Thought there was one actually in Wagga that might have been available at Wagga Council users. So that was all. That was just a reference point. But a couple of firms we've tried, no luck.
So we can't go to the Office of Local Government.
I haven't tried that, but
I point out the situation, including all the details, that we've had an appraisal of a council building. I mean, surely we can get another 2 appraisals from agents in Young or Harden or BOOROWA or Cootamundra or anywhere, so that we have some on the table. I mean, it just seems ridiculous that council can't sell an asset that could be reinvested in the community because we need a valuation. We can't get a valuation for 9 months. So we've got capital tied up in a building we don't want, we don't use, which we've had a firm offer for.
The offer was actually below the initial assessment that we had, as you would recall.
Sorry, just council at this point, we're now going into some confidential type matters.
Yeah.
I'm not aware of the offer. I'm just simply saying we've had an offer.
No. So if we do leave it there, look, in summary, councillor, our hands are tied legislatively. We must have a full valuation. That is advice.
Can we go back to the RLG to set guidance?
Yep.
I can do that.
Madam Mayor, through you, why are we arguing? We got the damn thing for nothing. originally, I believe, was Councillor Flannery. So why are we arguing about?
Because the legislation says, Councillor Piper, that it's now a council asset. How it came to council's hand, so be it. Regrettably, it's now a public asset that for probity, we have to go through this process. That is regrettable for all the reasons that Councillor Flannery has stipulated. However, my hands are tied.
Okay, thank you. All right. We'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. There are no questions with notice. No notice of motion. So I need to move into confidential. Councillor Dodd and Councillor Ingram. Thank you.
All those in favour?
All those in favour? Everybody.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've just come out of confidential.
Thank you, councillors.
Those matters within.
Just a moment. Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Thank you, Council.
Those matters within confidential was report 15.2, 23/27 pedestrian access and mobility plan PAMP. Council resolved to receive and note the report, reallocate the available funding from the BOOROWA HARDEN Young Footpath allocations to the Hilltops pedestrian access and mobility plan, and C, any unspent funds to be reallocated back to the Young Footpaths budget. 15.3, report 23/28, award of contract RFT 000002 HARDEN Memorial Pool upgrade. You must be late. Council resolved to A, to receive and note the report on RFT 000002 HARDEN Memorial Pool upgrade. B, decline all tenders for RFT 000002 HARDEN Memorial Pool upgrade. C, enter into negotiations with the preferred tenderer in accordance with clause 178, subsection 3E of the Local Government and General Regulations 2021 to revise the scope of works to align with the available budget allocation with a view of entering into a contract, and D, delegate authority to the General Manager to execute all necessary documentation associated with the awarding of this contract and expend funds as required within current budgets. Report 15.4, 23/29 purchase and installation of CCTV cameras at NEWSON Park. Council resolved to receive and note the report on the purchase and installation of the CCTV cameras at NEWSON Park. And finally, report 15.5-23/30 award of contract RFQ 00004 condition assessment for road assets. Council resolved to A, receive and note the report on RFQ 00004 road condition assessment. B, award contract number RFQ 00004 condition assessment for road assets to the successful applicant, and D and C, delegate authority to the General Manager to execute all necessary documentation associated with awarding of this contract and expend funds as required within current budgets. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. The time is now 10:24. It's been a long session. Thank you, councillors.
But can I just say from councillors that thank you to the staff for their professionalism in staying this late at the meeting. It is appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you, councillors, for all your work all the time. Thank you. Good night.